Yeah. Yeah. I know. Yeah, the last one was... I know, it was quite depressing, I know. So, yeah. Yeah, we're just shitting on DSP this time. About 2 or 3 hours, maybe. Can I just, like, pick you up and say hello? 'Cause people do ask. You know? Good girl. There you go. Alright, here you go. Good girl. You've earned this. Because you let me pick you up. And normally you're a bit of a knob about it. Come on. There you go. Well done. And she's off. So yeah, we're going to just shit on DSP for a couple hours this time. It won't be as serious as the last one. Well, it might. You never know, like, how wound up I get. Depending on whether he says that, oh, fuck, he does, doesn't he? He says groupthink again and gets it wrong again. Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's the game of word one again. Are we calling it game of word? Because, I mean, Aqua, who I'm going to be stealing, Aqua Teal's called it the stationary word, and I know that everybody seems to just default to stationary now because, you know, the returnal one. But I still think it is the game of word. Okay, so before we get on with shitting on DSP for like 2 or 3 hours, God, I'm hoping it's 2. It's probably going to end up being closer to 4 in it. I just want to show you a brief clip from the start of the stream. See, most of the videos about this start more or less from this point where he's directly addressing the issue. But I was in DDM for the stream here, and I was convinced he's drunk. And there's 3 things that you know, want you to sort of keep an eye on during this. And the first is how difficult he seems to be finding it keeping his head upright. And see, obviously, when you're drunk and you're swaying and staggering about, it's obvious because you're doing it with the whole body because you're standing up. But when you're seated, you've got like the support of your chair or your couch or whatever it is you sat on, and you've probably got back support as well, and you're probably sinking into that. So really, the only pivot point for any part of your body is your neck, so your head, and the weight of that tends to slouch forward a bit, and you tend to roll. And you'll be intimately familiar with this if you've ever been to a party and seen somebody passed out and seen other people like shaving an eyebrow off or drawing a cock and balls on their forehead or balancing empty cans and tubes of Pringles and whatever on their heads. They'll be like this. The body will be upright, but the head will have slouched. And when you're drunk, it's a real difficulty trying to fight that, as, you know, you don't have to worry about fighting anything else. Everything else is fine. You're not going to lurch forward from your sofa or your seated position if you slouch backwards into it. But head can still roll forward because there's still weight here. Despite how little weight we think there might be up here in Phil's head, there's still some weight. So it can pull the neck. It can pivot and it can fall. So keep an eye out for that one. The second is his eyes. His eyes, they really struggle to open. And even as somebody who's like consumed more than their fair share of cannabis over the years, never struggled to open my eyes like Phil seems to struggle during this bit. He's really, like, you can see them. He'll have them open for a bit while he's talking, and then you'll see them just sort of like slowly slide down, and it's almost like he just wants to nod off. And thirdly, speaking of when he's talking, is his speech. His speech is really laboured and really sort of, I want to say like lethargic and sluggish. He's struggling to talk, and not really in the way of I'm trying to get the right words and get it into a coherent sentence and have it make sense, sort of struggling to talk, but in the literally trying to find the energy to actually have these words come out in the first place and failing at finding that energy, sort of struggling. And it's very much, to me at least, my considerable experience with being various levels of drunk, that he's at the level of functional alcoholic that doesn't want to do it drunk. You know, like he's drunk and he's got to go and do something and he can't get out of not doing it and he doesn't want to do it. He'd rather just stay there and drink more, but he has to get up and go. So, you know, if you could imagine like him going into a meeting, thank you all for coming to this meeting about the fourth quarterly financial results. As you'll see through this pie chart here, the majority of our expenditure went on this. Or, you know, he's okay, I know William Sheldon and somatic types are boring, but we do need to discuss them as part of the year one course. Now, I know that a lot of people think that because diet and exercise can have a radical effect on the shape of your body, that somehow means that William Sheldon's theories can be discarded. However, there is a lot of evidence for it's functional, but I don't want to be functional levels of alcoholic, you know. And I think, again, purely speculation on my part, it's likely that Phil has only just woken up and he's struggling to shake off, you know, the sluggish tiredness of, I didn't get to sleep till late last night and I would still rather be in bed. But it's more likely that he actually woke up like an hour or so before this and managed to have, I reckon, 2 drinks. This isn't one drink drunk. This isn't like, not even, you know, even if it's your first drink of the day, it doesn't immediately hit you like this. This is 2 drinks drunk. This is, I've had one and I've got just enough time for another. And so, you know, you neck them quickly. That's the level of drunk that I think he comes across as during this pre-stream. And so, you know, by the time that we get to this, it's, you know, what, 20, 30 minutes in, maybe a bit longer. I think it's like between 20 and 40 minutes. And he's sobered up a bit. You know, he's got a bit of energy back now. He's, you know, shaking off the hit of the booze, and he's, you know, starting to be a bit more animated. Still, you know, with giving it all out, and still, you know, not fully sober, but he's getting there. He's getting the groove back. He's getting the vibes back. You know, he's in the zone at this point. But I think, yeah, at the start at least, he shows like a lot of signs that you've had a few. So, you know, see what you think anyway. Here's like the first 2 minutes ish of this pre-stream, and then we'll go right to the actual rant about the stationary word.
All right, good morning, everybody. How you doing? Welcome to the pre-stream podcast, episode 7, I believe. If I'm wrong, please correct me and embarrass me publicly here on the internet for being incorrect and being a human who makes mistakes. I am DSP Phil, and I welcome you here to the show. Today is Monday, December 6, 2021. Okay, today will be a very good streaming day, and allow me to tell you why. Because today, every single person watching my streams will receive $1 million digitally deposited into the account of your choice. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Wow. I mean, just look, right now we have about 160 people. You guys, you know, finally making it happen. Yeah, okay. The funny part is, what? Really? Wow, Phil turned into Oprah. No. I'm sorry. Go pester Oprah. I'm kidding. No, ladies and gentlemen, today's going to be a good streaming day. We got good stuff lined up for all of you. By the way, I only said people watching the stream. If you're watching the video on demand, no money for you. I'm very sorry. Anyway. You missed out. I'm really sorry, guys. All right, so anyway. I hope you guys are doing well. We're starting a new week today, right? New week. Got to get this week started right with something special. So we're doing that. We're doing something special today. Vice City. VICE CITY. Varsity, Varsity. Yes, I'm excited. Hope you guys are too. When the GTA Definitive Edition trilogy was announced a little over a month ago, people were jumping for joy, saying, does this mean that Phil will return to Miami and sing the songs that make the whole world sing? Yes, that's what it meant. Although back then we didn't know what was going to happen with these games, if they were going to be worth playing or not, which is why I did San Andreas first on Game Pass. But after doing a very successful playthrough of San Andreas, even though it's not perfect and certainly there's some shortcomings, I decided to do Vice City, and you guys seem to be really pumped. Like the last few weeks that I was trying to finish up San Andreas, everyone's like, where's Vice City? When's Vice City starting? Are you doing Vice City right after San Andreas? And of course, per your, not your request, per your demand, it's coming today, all right? Now, I did actually start the playthrough already. But for about an hour and a half the other day, when we beat San Andreas, I jumped right into Vice City. But this is the first major stream of the game where we're dedicated to doing 3+ hours of gameplay. We're going to get a good chunk into the game. We're going to probably hear dozens of songs, 80 songs. The vibe, right? Driving around Miami, right along the beach in one of these 80s vehicles. The wind whipping through Tommy Vercetti's hair. The grease flying off of his head, the greasy hair, right? Palm trees flapping in the breeze. And 80s vibes all around. I'm very excited. I'm very excited for Vice City. And, this game's between 20 to 25 hours long. And we'll see.
So, yeah, that was the start of the pre-stream anyway, and that's why I think he's a little bit drunk in this. Just, for a change.
Very briefly, I would like to very much address something stupid that happened yesterday on my Metroid Dread stream, just to clear the air, because it's so dumb, there's really nothing to even clear. But once again, the internet is such a boring place for losers that what they try to do is they try to cling on to stuff that's not real and turn it into something for their own personal benefit and gain. And as you guys know, recently my streams have been going really great. Everything's been going good in my content and on my streams. And, right now the holiday season's in full swing. People are enjoying everything I'm doing. And, holiday festive feelings on my streams, animations, everything going great, right? And so people who don't like me hate that. Oh, my God, Phil's doing well. Oh, my God, he's been doing streams where people are supporting the streams in droves, and the content is good, and, things are going better on DSP Gaming on YouTube. You're kidding me. He's actually getting subs on the channel now. People are starting to like his videos and leave comments on the videos and positive stuff, and there's growth on DSP Gaming. How dare Phil get even a modicum of success? Now we have to do everything in our power to try to ruin that, despite the fact that it's December, it's Christmas.
Right, who told him? Who told him exactly what we said, and in the exact grammatical construction that we said it? Who told him the exact vocabulary and syntax that we used when talking about the exact topics that he mentioned there? That we were mad that people were getting, that his streams were doing good, and that people were finally commenting on DSP. Because I don't know about you guys, but it really winds me up that people can comment on DSP gaming now. Okay. Sorry. There's no psychological point here. I just hate this. I hate when he does this sort of thing, People are saying this, and it's always in the exact way that he writes stuff out. It's always in the exact, grammatically, in terms of, the vocabulary and the syntax of the sentences, and, how it's constructed, how it flows. All of it just makes me think, you said this, you're making this up. Nobody has said this. Nobody in any Dark Dave stream that I've been in, nobody in any, Almighty Frogger stream or Anlate stream that I've been in has been oh, you guys, people are commenting on DSP gaming again. How maddening is that? Guys, we've really got to pick it up. People are thumbs up in his work. People are engaging with his content. Tagging other people and talking about how infuriating it is that Phil's streams have been going good recently. I fucking hate you, Phil. It's so blatant, you know. It's so obvious that you're lying, because nobody says that. Nobody talks like that. That's what matters to you. What matters to you is the likes. What matters to you is that people can comment again. They might be heavily moderated commenting. You might be deleting literally anything that's in any way, shape, or form derogatory or negative. But, you know, you need to feel that. You need to tell your audience that, yes, the trolls are mad that you're supporting me. You know, he needs to tell people things. Actually, I think this one's more for him, that streams have been good recently, because I'm pretty sure around this time he was complaining about people saying, you know, it's taking too long to get through GTA San Andreas. I think at this point he was about to wage quit Halo as well. The Grand Theft Auto trilogy is now the thing that's going to save the streams, where other games and stuff like Game Pass has failed. You know, so it's... Of course he's going to have been complaining about stuff like this, Steve. It's DSP. There's never a period of time where he's not complaining about stuff like this, even though you can't in the same breath say things have been going great and your support has been fantastic and people have been loving the streams and they've been coming out and giving their support in droves. But you also still need to give me money, because I really need your help this time, guys. I'm really struggling with bills and the trolls are, you know, out to get me. So yeah, I suppose a bit of it is cope and a bit of it is lying to his audience, but either way, I just fucking hate it when he's like, oh, the trolls have been like this, because like, no, we haven't. No one cares, Phil. We're taking the piss out of you. We don't actually care that people keep coming to your streams and leaving comments on your channel. Nobody cares about your channel. Just fuck off.
Christmas fucking month, right? It's the month of the year when everyone should be feeling jolly and festive and positive, goodwill toward men. Maybe this would be the month where we don't act like scumbags to Darkside Phil.
Then don't act like a scumbag first. Today. I'm not going to say my YouTube inbox has been full, because it's, you know, it doesn't really work like that anymore, does it? But today I have seen more than one person posting you begging for tips after having received a $200 super chat. So how about you not be a scumbag first? If you didn't want people to be a prick to you, don't be a prick to them first. Don't be the sort of person who gets given a $200 check and says, yeah, but I'd rather the cash. You know. You get... See, I don't... It's not even a psychology thing. Every action is an equal and opposite reaction. If you know, you're a prick to people, they're pricks to you. If you're getting this reaction from people, it's because you're doing something to inspire it. So, just, I don't know, maybe don't be a dick. Maybe go like one stream without at any point stopping to say, guys, it's been this long since we last had a tip. Or going and tweeting saying you're having a great time on Halo multiplayer. However, if you'd like to come and support the streams, you know, support has been slow. One stream, and I'll make a positive video about you, Phil. If you could go one stream without... And I will count the bits between you pausing, you stopping one recording and starting the next. Because detractors watch that as well. That still gets all streamed in one go. So we'd know. You can't just put up a positive YouTube video and then, you know, stop it there. Guys, no, really, before I start up the next stream, can we, you know, tips, seriously, helps. And then start your next one. I bet you can't. I bet you can't go, like, one stream without.
Fat chance of that ever happening, right? Because when you're a full-time loser, you never take time off from harassing people online. So last night. Yesterday, I was playing Metroid Dread. And actually, you can, if you watch the pre-stream earlier from yesterday as well, there's a running joke going on during the day. The running joke is that when someone does a $10 tip, there's an animation that plays from Jingle All the Way, the holiday movie, starring Arnold Schwarzenegger. And there's a scene where it's my face superimposed over Arnold's face as he punches a Santa, and the Santa also looks like me. Right? Animations are great this year. I absolutely love them. And shout out to the person who made these awesome animations for me this year. It's really helping the streams. It's making them feel so much festive and fun. I really love it. Okay? So the running joke is that, oh, that's a hybrid of Phil and Arnold. And I think I made the joke during the pre-stream. I was like, oh, it's Arnold Schwarzenburnell. Right? I said something like that during the pre-stream yesterday. So now we are playing Metroid Dread. You know, we're in the middle of the gameplay. And multiple people tip that level. It's like $10 level. And so that animation is playing over and over and over. Okay?
See, because he laughed there. And I'm curious as to whether he thinks it's legitimately, whether he legitimately thinks it's funny, or if he knows he has to laugh for his audience, because it's not funny. There's no joke there. I mean, what's the joke? I've put my face over Arnold Schwarzenegger's face. Wouldn't it be funny if this, you know, if me and Arnold Schwarzenegger were actually called this? Where's the joke? Like, jokes have a setup and a punchline. That's how jokes work. And I'm aware that by explaining jokes, I immediately make them unfunny. Not just because the act of explaining jokes makes them funny, but because I'm also not that funny to begin with. See, I'm doing it now, but it's only funny to me because I'm looking at myself and I'm like, you cock. But that's not a joke. What he's doing is not a joke. Saying Arnold Schwarzenburnell or whatever, it's not a joke. It's not. It's not a joke. It can't be. It's not. You could argue it's a pun. It's not a hybrid, Phil, by the way. It's a portmanteau. That's the word you're after. A portmanteau. But you could argue, it'd be a hell of an argument to make, but you could argue that it's a pun, right? But it's not a joke. And it's not funny. So I'm wondering if he legitimately thinks it's funny when he's chuckling like that. Or if he's just consciously trying to sell the idea that it's funny to his audience because he needs them to think it's funny. Because if it's the latter, if he's consciously, that's fine. You know, that's just Phil. He obviously presents an image of himself that's geared towards getting his audience on his side and giving him money. You know, that's, yes, fine. It's Phil. But if it's the former, it just makes him look like an imbecile. Because it's not funny. Because it's not a joke. I just want to shout at my microphone. It's not a joke, Phil.
In like a loop, like 3 times back to back it's playing, or at least twice, maybe 3 times back to back. And everyone's laughing and joking about it. And I was starting to try to make hybrids of the name, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger and my name. So I think I was like, I'm trying to remember the first one I said.
Ooh,
but basically,
there's some exaggerated thinking going on there. He knows. I mean, this was only the day before. Your short-term memory is not that bad. Especially if... See, one of the things that really makes it difficult to recall specific dates is the just sort of general predictive blandness of every day. Because most people don't experience disruption or notable events. And the way that episodic memory works is that you remember episodes of things. You remember whole things. So, you know, going out for a meal with, you know, the first date that you go on with the woman or man who ends up becoming your partner, that's probably going to stick out because that's your first date. And it's an important thing. And, you know, it's the person that you're spending the rest of your life with. So you'd remember that. But, you know, just like whatever you have for tea, like just on a random day in the year, like say, like June the 2nd, you know, and assuming that there's now special going on that day, it's just another day for you, you're probably not going to remember that much of what you do because it's just part of the routine. So something specific really stands out in the mind more than something banal. So this is a specific event. And it's not just the sort of like banality of DSP's streams. It's the fact that it became a specific event. So he would remember what he said. And he would remember how it went down. And he would remember things about that stream. He would remember things associated with that stream, like the pre-stream. He would remember the money that he got. And he would remember that, you know, he saw the... He can't remember the exact number, but he saw the animation of Jingle All the Way more than once, you know. Because it was not the first time he saw it when he said what he's about to say that became the specific incident that is now lodged in his memory, because it stands out against all the others. You know, every other stream of Metroid Dread has passed more or less without controversy, and this one's caused controversy because of this one specific moment, and that one specific moment is in his head. So he'll remember stuff like that. He will remember, how was it like, you know, see, that's exaggerated. He is exaggerating his recall. Or his recall is that bad, in which case there's some severe cognitive impairment because your short-term memory is not that bad, you know. That's a worrying level of recall if that's legitimate. So I don't think it is. I think he's just exaggerating it, and he knows. He'll be acting like it's a... See, guys, it was nothing to me. It was just another stream. It's just another stream. You know, the day DSP Phil, the day you thought you heard DSP Phil say this slur was the most important day of your life, but for me it was Tuesday. He's trying to do that sort of thing. He's trying to do that whole, guys, it's casual, it's me, you know, because it's me and they're always trolling me, so, you know, I'm always used to dealing with this sort of drama and it's nothing to me now. And, you know, God, I can't even remember what I was doing on that day. He'll remember this. He's putting across that image because he wants you to think, you know, he's not thinking about it, he's not worried about it, and he's not tried to formulate his, like, defense for it in advance. He's definitely seen it since. I mean, because he admits to it. So, things associated with that incident, like the fact that he's seen that that animation play more than once, and the things that he talked about in that pre-stream, and, you know, sort of like the general number of tips and super chats and how things were going on that stream, it will all be there in his episodic memory. It will all be there. So when he thinks of, hopefully now, I'm assuming, hopefully now every time that thing flashes up he remembers all this, because, you know, it's episodically linked. But yeah, he remembers it. He's exaggerating and he's acting when he's like, see, I can't even really remember. Oh, what was it now? Oh. Because he needs you to believe that he's, you know, it's so casual, it's water off a duck's back to him. But he'll know.
But basically, one of the things that I said, and to avoid problems, since people are such assholes and they'll try to reflag and say stuff again, I basically said, like, Phil and then the second half of Arnold Schwarzenegger's last name, and it sounded exactly like that. It sounded like half my name and then half of his name.
The second part of Arnold Schwarzenegger's name, and I'm going to have to be very, very careful of how I pronounce stuff like this. So, the NEG has a neg sound. Like this word here. But the second part of Arnold Schwarzenegger's name that he said did not have the NEG sound. It had an NIG sound. Now, when your brain is processing speech, if you're trying to process a word that you've never really said or heard before, and you're like unsure of the meaning of it, your mind will try to, like, you'll try to grab other sort of words that sound similar. So, because, you know, sometimes this works because a lot of sometimes you can etymologically work out what a word means if you know there's, like if it's got a suffix or a prefix. Sorry, if it's got a prefix, or a suffix. If it's got anything that would indicate a close sort of like if it's got an etymological root, then sometimes you can infer that, like words that begin with an A sometimes mean without, like atheist means without religion, without belief, because of the A prefix that we take from Greek, or something like prefix pre-re, meaning before. So you can sometimes work out what prenuptial means by knowing that it's before and then if you know what nuptial means, you can work that out. Then you'd know that it's before marriage. So sometimes you can work out what words mean by like breaking them down and seeing if there's like an etymological shared root. So the brain's fairly good at doing that when it has the sort of wide enough vocabulary that it can pull from a wide variety of sources. So you can try to use a word in an appropriate way that makes it look like you know what you're talking about. Not that that's going to come up at any point soon, but so when you're stumbling over over speech like this, your brain is trying to find words that are similar. This is why you'll often get, if you're trying to recall a word and you get hung up on the word, the letter that it begins with. So you get all, like say you're trying to think of a word that begins with P and you can't, but your brain keeps throwing up other words that also begin with P, and they're nothing to do with the word that you're after. But your brain's like, well, it begins with a P, so here's a bunch of other words that begin with a P. It might be similar to one of these. So what this also breaks down to the syllabic level of the words that the noises that make up that word. So when you're stumbling for a word, you will often try to throw the syllables out there. So instead of saying, it begins with a P, you might say, it sounds like, it sounds like or it sounds like or it sounds like it sounds like this word, or it sounds like that word, or I'm sure it's this word. So there's a number of ways that you'll do that, and the syllabic way is one of those ways as well. And this is important because when Phil's brain is processing his speech and it's all being pushed forward towards the speech area, and it's about to be spoken out loud, his brain is trying to mush together these two words, and it's never heard the word Burnell. So it's like, right, okay, I don't know where this word is. I don't know what this word is, and I definitely don't know how to pronounce it because it's a word that I've never heard before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for words that are similar. Now I know Burnell is the surname of the being that I'm currently stuck controlling. So that's not a problem. But the second half here, this N-E-G-G-E-R, I've never heard this word before. I've heard a word that's similar to it. So fuck it, that one will do. Because Phil is struggling to get this word out. Just banged into my PC. Phil is struggling to get this word out, and his brain is like, look, this is the best I've got, mate. I can only say this word. And I'm not saying that this is a deliberate thing. But when you look at a person's vocabulary, you shouldn't just consider the frequency of words that are spoken, because you can also think a word a lot and never say it. And when your brain's struggling to recall or to arrange the correct pronunciation of a word it's never seen before, but it has a similar sounding word here that it's really easy to grab because it's been used a lot. So, fuck it, I'll grab it. It's quicker and easier than trying to formulate the proper pronunciation myself. That word is there a lot because it's thought a lot. Not necessarily spoken a lot, But if it's thought a lot, the brain's going to recall it quicker, especially at a time when it's needing a word that sounds incredibly similar to it, or at least is spelled incredibly similar. And it's really not got that much time to stop and think about this. Even though we're about to come to that. So this is all assuming that Phil stumbled. Phil misspoke. Phil said it by accident. But there's an alternative we need to consider in a minute.
There was no way, if you're watching the video or watching the stream in context, that you could misconstrue that, okay? But these idiots say, "Oh my God, did you hear what Phil said? That kind of sounded like a bad word. Oh my God, Phil's a racist." Like, what?
Someone give him the Oscar. Great acting. See, again, he needs to portray detractors as a whole like that. He needs to be all like, we're reactionary and, oh my God, you guys, did somebody say a rude word? Did somebody say a racial slur? Oh my God, I think Phil did this. Yeah. He has to portray you like that. He has to portray us as detractors like that because he needs his audience to believe that that's how they are. Not like that, obviously. I mean, like, that's how they are. That's how detractors are. They immediately just, oh my God, you guys, look. Rather than people going, holy shit, mate, what did you just say? Because otherwise we're just normal people. If we're like, holy shit, mate, what did you just say? Then we're just normal people. But if it's like, oh, guys, I think Darkside Phil has just said this. Obviously implicit in that portrayal a lot of not very nice things about detractors. So, yeah, he has to portray you like that. He has to portray detractors as a whole like that because he needs to. His ego needs it. He needs to control his audience with it.
And again, it's a joke. Anyone watching the stream is laughing. They're like, this is hilarious. You know, it's funny what's going on the stream. It's the animation, everything. And then you start noticing the drama queens in the chat because they were all quiet and behaving. Then all of a sudden, they all start piping in.
Okay, so most people, in fact, I'm not going to say most because I don't know how common this is, but a lot of people will put on a stream or a YouTube video or whatever, and they'll have it on in the background while they're doing something else. Like for me, washing up and, cleaning up, and, just generally getting ready, doing shit like that. Stick a video on in the background. Some people do it while they're playing games, I do it every now and then when it's like, oh, I need to watch a couple of videos before I do something, but I also really want to play this game, so, I'll have it on in the background. It's a way... Is that you? Oh. It's a way of people consuming media that is, I mean, it's not even new here. I remember my parents putting stuff on in the background while they were doing other stuff. People have had the telly on in the background while they've been making tea or washing up or doing whatever for years. So it's not necessarily an alien thing. And the idea that you could be, you've got DSP on in the background, you're busy doing something else. See, I don't think I burp as much as him, and I drink fucking Lucozade. So what's his excuse? So yeah, so you've got DSP on in the background. You're doing something else. You might be making tea. Might be making dinner for you Americans. You might be doing a bit of cleaning. You might be playing a game or two, and then you hear this. You hear that bit, and you think, "Fucking wait, what? What did you just say?" So then you turn your attention immediately to the stream, and you go, "Guys, did I just hear this? Did Phil just say this?" And I'm going to give him the privilege of assuming that a few people in that group of viewers that reacted like that are detractors, because they're bound to be. If a percentage of Phil's audience is detractors in chat anyway, then a percentage of anyone that reacts to a given thing that Phil does is going to be detractors. But there's also going to be a percentage of the people that reacted like that are going to be your actual fans. And going to be the people that are, that have actually got a DSP stream on unironically, and they're actually genuinely either watching it like properly, giving it their full attention, or they've got it in the background while they're playing a game, or they're doing some tidying or washing up or whatever. So he immediately writes all those people off. All those legitimate fans are now written off as toxic drama queens, I know that wasn't in the original, but because of how he is in this, I felt like it was an addition that was, acceptable, and I hope El Crimson King approves. So you could be a fan of his that's just got him on in the background, and then you hear that and you're like, what the fuck did he just say that? What did I miss? So you turn your attention fully back to the stream at that point and you start going, guys, did I just hear that? Did Phil just say this? And to him, you're doing that on purpose. You're deliberately causing drama. You're deliberately derailing the stream. You're deliberately spreading lies and slander or whatever else. What matters is you've now been lumped in with all the detractors, because you've had that moment of, wait, what? Did he just, hang on, let me go back. Fuck, he did. It sounds like he really said that, didn't he? Could be a legitimate fan of Phil's, and he's just written you off now. He's going to write you off like this.
Did you hear what Phil said? Oh my God, did you hear what Phil said? Did you hear what Phil said? It's like, what? What are you talking about? And everyone who was on the stream was like, what are you talking about?
See, like, everybody that was on the stream was like that. But part of them would have been your fans not really, not fully watching, but still got it on because you're doing something else. Might be making something to eat and, leave the stream on in the background. And that's why you're like, guys, what did I miss? And everyone's like, nothing happened. Everyone. It's not, you're being lumped into a group now.
Like that, there's nothing that happened. You're like, what? And then all of a sudden, 10, 20, 30 people start coming into the stream at once. Guess who they were watching, right? They were obviously watching the restreamers.
No, because if they were watching the restreamers, then it just stayed there, because we were pissing ourselves. That's, that's why. Also, the idea that 30 people, nah. You barely get 30 people to talk on a good day, let alone a day where you drop an M-word bomb. But he needs to tell you this. He needs to believe it. He can't countenance the alternative that people dislike him for genuine reasons. He has to believe this. Yeah, and he has to have his audience believe this and feed him back that lie, because then it's not just a lie he's telling himself. It's his audience are telling him, so it must be true.
Broadcasters who just sit there to make fun of me all day, and they start stirring up this drama in the chat. Did you hear Phil said this? Phil said, like, what are you talking about? No, Phil didn't say anything. We were here. What the fuck are you talking about?
We were watching as well, Phil. Like, how you don't get to use the "we were here" defense when you're talking about people who were also watching what you were doing. We saw it. Should we do right? Let's play the clip now. Fuck it. I was going to get to it in a minute, but now.
Game Chugger just tipped another $10. I'm compelled to tip you again for another epic moment. Also, we get to see Jingle All the Way animation again. Yes. Arnold Filzenegger, right? How do you say Brunelzenegger, right? Very nice. All right, let us continue. Hoi.
You listen carefully. It kind of sounds like he says Arnold Filzer, and then, see, at first it sounded like it had been backmasked, was a little thrown by it at first because I didn't quite catch what he said. It sounded more like it had been, like a Red Dwarf and backwards, where Lister and the cat order bitter, and they say skip instead of bitter, because that's actually what it sounds like when you reverse the word bitter.
Skip. Skip.
But it sounds like that. It sounds like backmasking. It sounds like reversing speech. And so at first I was a bit like, wait, hang on, what happened then? So it was a little odd. But when you listen closely, if you slow it down especially, it's quite easy to pick up. He actually said, Arnold feels it, and then he goes, no, I shouldn't.
Arnold feels a nigger.
To himself. He says it under his breath, and he's caught by his mic. But he says, no, I shouldn't. It sounds like it could be something that's backmasked, because it's quite quick, and it's quite different audible level compared to Arnold feels it, But he says, no, I shouldn't. Because he knows what's coming if he says it. He knows what's up. His brain has just thrown this word up. So, Phil and Burnell's, and then, Arnold, Phil's, have just been stuck together, and they're next in the queue. And he knows, if I say it like that, something, it's not going to be good, They're going to kick off, and he knows what's coming. He knows people would pick up on it. He knew there'd be drama. He knew that, it would be reposted on several videos, and he knew that he would have to do something like this. So he knows. And the reason that he carries on is because he needs that. He needs that reaction. He needs people to act like this. We've been played. Because by grabbing onto it and going, he said it again. It lets him portray detractors as, oh, look, they all grabbed onto this and made a big drama out of what was obviously nothing. It helps him portray detractors like that to his audience. So when his audience sees us react like this, and I'm contributing to it now, by doing this, I'm contributing to it. But this is the ecosystem of Phil now. He needs this. And when he's not getting that organically, he'll have to provoke it. Because it's the only way he keeps his audience truly there, is to tell them this is how detractors are. He needs to really lean on the in-group definitions that he has to keep his audience there. And he's doing it more than ever now, especially because he's struggling now to really deal with the true number of support. I mean, what's his member goal there? Is that 365? Compared to how he was on Twitch. And he knew that those numbers were inflated. And he'll know that a bunch of them are going to be OIC socks as well. Those numbers are likely to be inflated too. But it's much harder for him to deal with how low that number is. And he knows that it's getting lower and lower. Compared to how it was on Twitch, where, if you lose 2 or 3 subs overnight, it's fine because you're at like 957 or whatever. It's fine. But here, it's way more noticeable. And so every time he sees it, he gets that reminder of, oh, this is your actual level of support, mate. Fuck. So he needs to really lay in on the definitions of in-groups and out-groups. And he needs you, as an audience member, to believe him when he says detractors act like this. And I knew that they were going to be mad. And I knew that it would be reposted. And I knew that drama would kick off. But I did it anyway.
Right? Like, what you're out of your mind. This is exactly, to a T, what happened many months ago over on Twitch. So if you're not aware, the actual reason why I left Twitch was this reason.
No, it was hateful slurs.
Okay? I was streaming Returnal. And in the middle of streaming Returnal, when you pick up items and stuff while you're playing it, there's all these pop-ups that happen on the screen that read stats of items you're picking up.
Obviously, we all know he's talking about this.
Stationary nigger.
But I don't want to go over all the Twitch stuff again, but it does hold like a slight place in my heart because it's the bit that started all this, basically. So it's sort of why I'm here. But it might be worth like sort of looking at how his ego frames the narrative now, I guess. Because, you know, now enough time has passed that it's not, you know, because of this specific incident or because of repeated uses of hateful slurs. It's now, I got out ahead of time because I could see that Twitch was run like shit and YouTube was the future, and I made the difficult decision to uproot a community, and I did this because it's best for my business and all that stuff. He gets to reframe it within the context of him doing what was best for him and doing what's right, and him being the aggrieved as well, him being the victimized, him being the unjustly maligned party here because he did nothing wrong. He was not at fault, but Twitch punished him and Twitch were assholes to him, and he decided that he didn't want to work under those conditions anymore, so he quit and went elsewhere. That's how he frames it now, when we all know the truth is he repeatedly used hateful slurs. Not just the one word that is a slur, Phil. There are multiple words that are slurs, not just the one you're thinking of. Not just this one, the one that comes after Arnold Schwarzenegger's surname, you know. Multiple uses of hateful slurs. So there's more than one occasion where you've used more than one word that Twitch decided, actually, do you know what, we'd rather people didn't say those words on our platform. That's the reality of it, and we all know it, but he needs his ego is so fragile and he just cannot accept fault in any way, shape or form. He's never done anything wrong in these sort of circumstances. So he couches it instead as, I saw the writing on the wall and I decided to get out now.
Remember, in Returnal, it's RNG. You don't know what items you're going to get or what enhancements they're going to do. On the fly, you have to be paying attention to these items because you want to pick up the right ones to give you enhancements to enhance your combat. I was in the middle of a fight with enemies all around me, and I was reading the descriptions of the items dropping on the ground, and one of the words I said was like a jumble. Like I got tongue-tied. I was in the middle of saying something, and it was a word that sounded kind of like a bad word, but it definitely wasn't. And I said half of the word, but then skipped forward to like another word. So it was all jumble. If you listen to it, it doesn't sound like anything. It sounds like blah, 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 you know, tongue-tied.
Let's listen to it again.
Stationary, negative.
You didn't get, well, you probably did actually. Genuinely, I think more so in the Returnal one than this. He didn't deliberately say it. I think he did actually get tongue-tied, but it wasn't like blah 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 either.
It sounds like blah blah blah. Stationary, negative.
You have to like accept this as well, Phil. You can't just, if you want to portray yourself as the aggrieved, you do have to and say, I misspoke, and you know I got tongue-tied, whenever you are near me. You have to accept that you did say it. If you want to say, I tripped up and I made a mistake, you can't just also say, what I actually said was blah, 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 because it wasn't. And we all know it wasn't. Nobody would get kicked from the Twitch partner program for going, oh, that weapon looks a bit blah, 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 blah. I mean, shit, you know? So, yeah, if you want to play the I misspoke and I tripped over my own tongue card, implicit in that is the accidental elaboration of an actual slur. Because otherwise, if what you said was just nonsense, gibberish, non-word sounds, then what's the word for that? It's like non-lexical speech. Then you wouldn't have been in trouble. But you did get in trouble, so, you know, unjustly or not, you got in trouble for a reason, so you have to, you know, accept that. But again, it's the extent that he's going to reframe this as a complete screwing over of him, a complete injustice against him. It's, you know, it's not even astonishing anymore. It's just bewildering that it keeps going, really.
But half of a word sounds like, I guess, a bad word. And so what did the trolls do?
Half of a word sounds like, I guess it sounds like a bad word. He's talking about this.
Nigger.
There's no, I guess it sounds like a bad word there. It sounds like a fucking bad word here.
Nigger. They literally isolated just the clip, not the actual scene of what was going on. They took a clip of that stream and just the moment of me saying half a word. Okay?
Well, like this. Okay. Right, let's play a bit longer then. Let's play a bit more of that clip so you can see how distinctly that word sticks out in what he's saying. Let's all remind ourselves of that glorious moment.
Maybe people just like to hear what my wife is good at making or whatever? I don't know. Oh, that's terrible. When stationary, negative 75% damage. That's really bad.
See, there's no, oh, well, that weapon's stats are a bit blah, 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 there. That's a word. And it's a distinct word in amongst a sea of distinct words. So, yeah, there's a bit more context. There's a bit longer of the clip. It still shows that you said that word.
And they sent it to Twitch. And Mass reported me and said Phil was saying racist stuff on his stream. And the morons at Twitch are so fucking stupid because if you don't know, it's 2021 and Twitch still has a volunteer moderation staff. I just want to emphasize this. They're a major company rolling in money. They make millions of dollars a day on profit of people who put content on their site. And they still have a volunteer moderation staff. Yes, it's true.
I'm confident enough in this assertion that I would put a lot of money on it. That at some point after leaving YouTube and going to Twitch, Phil touted that as a good thing. He'll have said something like, Twitch's moderation is done by volunteers. That means that they're people who use the site and who know how the site works, and you know they know what it's like to be chat members, and they know what chat culture is like. Whereas over on YouTube, it's just a bunch of CEOs and people who are book smart and not street smart, and they don't know what it's like to use their site. They just see the code in the back end. They don't know what users want, and so they can't really moderate their streams and their platform properly because all they see is money and profit and code, and they don't know what it's like to actually be a user of that site. So Twitch is great because it's mainly the people that use the site and know how it's run and know how to use it and know what it's like here, and that's a great thing. I would put money on that being the case. I can't be asked going and looking for clips, but I would still put money on him sort of like saying that's a great thing previously.
So one of the moronic volunteer moderators looked at this clip out of context, okay, and said, oh, Phil said a racist word, and actually banned me from Twitch. Now, obviously it didn't happen. It's factually incorrect. So I disputed that, and I said, you're out of your mind. This didn't happen. I demand that you reinstate the channel immediately because this is completely erroneous, and I'm not going to put up with this. Within 2 hours of me requesting it, it was removed, and I was allowed to go back and stream on Twitch again, but I was like, so let me get this straight about Twitch. Right? This is a situation where clearly I didn't do the thing wrong that they're claiming I did. There's no evidence that I did, because if you actually take 5 seconds to see the context of what people are saying I did, it didn't happen. All you need to do is watch the gameplay, and you'll see what they're saying happened never happened, right? So all you need to do is be intelligent.
If you were really intelligent, you'd know that the phrase repeated uses, repeated instances, meant there was more than one. So you won't be so hung up on this. Unless you thought this was the only one. If you thought I've never said this word before, then you would get hung up on it. And you'd dispute the repeated uses. You would say, this one, I misspoke. I've never said it ever anywhere else, you know. If you wanted to, let's say, if you wanted to convince yourself that this one was wrong, but you also knew that you'd said a few things before and they weren't always wrong either. They, like other times you've previously said a word and yeah, you've said it. You can't deny it. You've said it. So, you might not want to bring attention to them, but instead you might want to focus on this one because it's the one where you think I've got my best shot of convincing people that this one's wrong. So let's focus on this one and let's not worry about the other one. Because I can guarantee you Twitch will not have just seen that, but they'll have also seen the number of times that you've said the R word either yourself or you're reading it out as a chat message, in which case you're still choosing to read it out. Doesn't matter that somebody else has written it, you're choosing to read it out. Or they looked at that time where you talked about why people would want to go to YouTube when you definitely did use a homophobic slur.
I want to watch some faggot insult some homo.
So, maybe you don't want people to pay that much attention to that one. So you instead go, look, this one over here. This time when they all thought I said the racial slur, obviously wrong. So I've been, unjustly maligned. So don't look at this one over here where I used a homophobic slur. But the racial slur guys have never said it. They're lying. They're wrong. They've screwed me over for no reason. The trolls just like mass flagged it and sent it to Twitch. And what? No, I never said anything like that on a stream of PUBG. You banned. Get out of it. Banned.
And by the way, when I said those two, oh my God, you said faggot and homo. Obviously, I'm not prejudiced against homosexuals at all. I'm trying to say that's what you would do. That's the kind of people who go to YouTube.
You'd focus on this one if you knew that there was other incidents where it was less disputable.
And you would realize that this didn't happen, yet they punished me because they're unintelligent. They're unprofessional and unintelligent. What's to stop them from doing this en masse in the future, right? What's to stop Twitch from saying, oh, Phil did this, Phil did that. Anytime there's a mass report from these trolls, they're just going to believe it and fucking then I have to clear it up after the fact? No.
See, we all know the reason why he left. We all know. He was too scared. He was scared because it would. Anything at that point, if he decided, I'm going to stay the year and I'm going to do, I'm going to take my punishment, I'm going to take my medicine, and after a year, I'll apply to be back in the partnership program again. During that year, he would have been shitting himself at any potential cock-up that might have seen him banned off the site completely. Because then that's it. Then he's fucked. And then he has no choice but to go to YouTube. But he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to... He spent... he did... How long was it? A couple of weeks? Was it 3 weeks, I think? Between him losing the partnership program and him going, right, fucking bye. I think it was about 3 weeks. Either way, during that point, he would have been shitting himself. And he's like, I'm fed up of doing this. Fuck it, I'm going to YouTube. Because then that's always there in the background anyway. Then he can always go back to Twitch if he ever has to. But if he'd spent the year shitting himself and then somewhere along the way he cocked up and it was reported and he got kicked off completely, that's it. That door is completely closed now. Whereas now at least it's there in the background. Might have tail between his legs. Excuse me. He might have to work harder to convince his audience why it's a good thing. He might have to work really hard to convince himself why it's a good thing. But either way, it's there as a possibility for him in future. But this time, if he'd have done it the other way, if he'd have gone, right, I'll stay the year, and he'd fucked up and been banned, that would have been it. So, yeah, right. This is nothing to do with anything else, and I really don't want to drag this out. But because I've paused at this specific moment, it really looks like... No, it doesn't really look like. One of the things I noticed when I was in an Almighty Frogger stream was just like how much more than normal he was scratching himself. And I think, so I'm going to put this idea out there, I think this, obviously it's because he's not showering, but I think you can tell how long it's been since he's had a shower by how much he scratches himself and how much he itches. So when he's like, constantly doing his ears like that, and when he's, like that at the top of his head, and when he's snorting a lot, or, stroking everything at the back of his neck, or even if he's like just below camera, if he's like going to be picking at his nails, I think the more he does it, the longer it's been since he's had a shower. Obviously, this is it's a fairly reliable indicator by the greasiness of his hair, which is why you should always shower before, you come on stream, Phil. It's not difficult to have basic hygiene. But I think that, say he showers on Monday, you could tell by like Wednesday or Thursday that he's not showered since. So, see, I want to put out at least one thing, Everybody's got something. Shinko has content catalyst. I want something. So, just the only thing is I haven't actually done any of the work. I haven't gone back to sort of like go through loads of streams and work out a ratio of how many times he scratches, and I've not crunched all the data, and piece of piece you shouldn't, because it's just not worth it. Like doing all the analysis is just not worth it for this like completely hypothetical thing. But part of me does think if you did, you would be able to plot when he showers, and I think he showers on his off day, and then by like say 3 days after that, he'll start scratching more and more. He'll scratch and itch and fidget and pick at things, sort of like there'll be a baseline amount, and you'll be able to get like a good feel for them by like usually the stream after his day off, so his first stream back should be a good baseline, because that'll be like when he's the cleanest on stream. But then after that, say he's off on a Monday, on the Tuesday he's back and he scratches a certain amount, and then on Wednesday it's getting a bit more, and then by Thursday it's quite out of control. I think he doesn't shower again, and then if on Friday he's scratching even more, he's not showered, or if it's gone back down and he's not scratching as much, he'll have showered. So I think you could sort of work out how long it's been since he's showered by how much he scratches on any given stream, and I've just not done the work for it. And now that I think about it, I don't really want like my name associated with that, because it makes it sound like I don't shower. So just call it like stream scratch hypothesis or something like that. The stream scratch ratio, the shower to scratch ratio. Yeah, we'll go with that. The shower to scratch ratio. Like the longer Phil goes without a shower, the more he'll scratch. Yeah, fuck it. Okay, also I'm just like quick cut to break this up, because I think that the longer these files go, the more likely there are to be like audio issues. So yeah. Oh, sorry, did I wake you up? Yeah. Oh, sorry. Go back to sleep if you want. Sorry. You can come join us if you want. People do love you. So yeah, sorry about that. It's for my benefit, really. Also, I figured out why I had like such huge problems with the audio in the other video, where I had to like take it down and re-render it, and it was because the video records at a certain bit rate and the audio had recorded at a different bit rate, so it never really fully synced up. At the moment I realised that, I was like, for fuck's sake, Steve, come on. This is basic shit. Speaking of basic,
I'm not going to put up with that. I'm just not. I'm not going to try to make a living on a site that's so unprofessional, right? And by the way, it had only been a few weeks prior that they had kicked me out of the partner program with no evidence of wrongdoing. They said I did something wrong. Oh, You were, what were they? Well, I even forget at this point what they even said. Hateful slurs or hateful speech or something. I don't even know what they said anymore.
See, he does remember. He's like, oh, I don't even remember what it was. Those 2 words will be burning to the back of his mind, and as far as he's concerned, they may as well be his fucking epitaph. He will remember those words. He will know exactly why he was kicked off Twitch, and he will have obsessed over it, like, repeatedly, because it's an injustice against him. He will have fixated on it. Like, I mean, I know he brings it up a lot. I know he brings it up, and he would have done as he moved over to YouTube, and it would have been like a major problem for him. But I mean, like, personally, privately, off stream, when he's, you know, sat on the shitter playing WWE champions, or when he's like sat downstairs and Kat's gone to bed, and, you know, in her room, and he's just, you know, left with like the hollow emptiness of his facsimile of a life, and he's sat there with like a open half empty bottle of gin and puts his glass down again. It's like he will obsess over that. He will have fixated on those words. Those 2 words will be burnt into his brain.
I'm so at a loss for it. And I was like, okay, you're saying I did that. I know I didn't. Show me evidence. And this was me talking with the legal team at Twitch. I said, you're required by law to show me evidence. And if you have no evidence to show me, then I request that you're going to reinstate my channel immediately, or else I'm going to leave your site and not use it anymore. Guess what happened? They refused to provide any evidence. They didn't want to talk to me about it further. Basically, they just said, oh, well. And I was like, well, I'll do my best, because here's the thing.
They don't have to. They just didn't have to, you know? They had no legal requirement that they had to give him evidence of whatever it was they said he did. I mean, like, you legally have to do it or else. But they don't. You're at an right, I remember this, because I remember checking. You're at an at-will state anyway, so, you know, you can just be fired for no reason. But it's also not in the terms of service that you sign up to. And, you know, I did all this before. But it's still just, you know, to see him still fixate on it, to see him still, like, lock on to it is astonishing to me, because people tend to move on from stuff, you know, unless you're feeling especially aggrieved about something, then, you know, you'll get over shit and move on. So, I mean, I've been in trouble more than once in my previous job, and it's just a running joke now with me and my mates to quote some of the things I was accused of saying and doing. It's like, at the time, I was so pissed off about it, outraged, furious, and, you know, those words carried different weight, but now they're like, it's like me and my mates know, you know, we know. John Fash knew.
That's John Fashanu tonight on BBC Two.
I was between a rock and a hard place back then. I was like, if I leave Twitch, I'm abandoning this community that I built for 4.5 years. This community which I've dedicated full time my work life to, you know, for 4.5 years. I mean, think of what we had over on Twitch, right? The views we had, the amount of subs every month. It was amazing, right? It was crazy. It felt like a good social thing over there, right? A group of people who every day came together, enjoyed games. It was a really good group. And I knew that if I uprooted my business from Twitch and moved over here to YouTube and plopped it down, not everyone was going to come over in the transition.
He has to make it sound like a huge thing that he has to log into a different site now. You know, probably all it was to him. I don't know. I don't stream on either. But again, right, just use this. I'm going to draw a circle of people that watch DSP on Twitch. We're doing a Venn diagram. And then I'm going to draw a circle of the people who also have a YouTube account. And it's probably something like that. The people that watch you on Twitch and the people that have a YouTube account. If it's not full circle, if it's not just this, then it's gonna be goddamn close to this. You know, there will be few people who watched exclusively on Twitch and don't watch stuff on YouTube. And there will be few people who watch exclusively on YouTube and don't also watch stuff on Twitch. I don't really use Twitch, but, you know, I've still got an account over there and I still watch a couple of people there because they're on Twitch. But also we're on YouTube, so, you know, if someone on Twitch that I was watching was like, right, I'm streaming over on YouTube now, it's like, all right, fair enough. But he has to portray it as like a huge thing, because to him it's a huge thing. So, yeah, it's a pivotal moment of his life.
To this day, we still get people who are on the streams here who are like, hey, I'm finally coming to YouTube. It's been, 6-7 months you've been on YouTube. I'm finally here to check out your YouTube content. It's like, dude, wow. That certainly took you a long time, right? But I'm happy.
You actual prick. Imagine that you watch DSP Phil on Twitch, and you watch a couple of other people on Twitch, and a couple of other people, still streaming on Twitch, so you mainly go there. And when DSP Phil goes to YouTube, you're like, well, I'll try to catch up with your streams, but I'm watching these guys on Twitch mainly. So you spend a bit more of your time on Twitch than you do YouTube, and so when you're on YouTube, you're probably watching videos rather than streams. So you'll watch a couple of videos about stuff on YouTube, and most of the time, if you're watching a live stream, it's going to be on Twitch. And then after a while, you're like, do you know what? I've not seen DSP Phil for a while. I'll nip and I'll see one of his streams. When's he streaming? Right, he's streaming at this time. I'll go and say hi and say hey, I'm finally back over off Twitch, and I've come to check you out on YouTube. And he goes, took you long enough. What a prick. I know I've struggled sometimes with how lacking in empathy he is, but sometimes you're just shocked at how much of an actual cock he is to his fans. No gratitude. Hey, thanks for checking me out, man. Oh, hey, good to see you again. Cool. It's been a while, innit? How you doing? No, he's like, took you long enough, didn't it? Fucking hell.
I'm happy to have the people, but you understand what I'm saying. Any change is usually hard to accept. It's a slow adoption of a change like this. And even though I'm pleased with what we've done with these streams on YouTube this year, right? I basically uprooted a viewership that was so used to being on Twitch and the mannerisms of the way that things work on Twitch, the chat and everything, the moderation, and trying to make things work on YouTube. It's very different over here. Every time I set up a stream, I have to set up a new stream. You can't even sit in a chat room and talk with people constantly. It changes every stream and stuff. It's very different.
Oh, you poor thing. Having to start up a new stream when you start up a new stream. See, right, okay, I know that chat persists on Twitch, whereas when you end a stream on YouTube, it closes the chat. But it's like, is that really a thing? Because, what are you doing once your stream ends? Why do you need a chat? Once your stream ends and you go to do, your business stuff, your work, you shouldn't really be needing to go to that chat again. You should mainly be in that chat the start and end of the stream, before the stream, before you actually click the camera and hey everybody, how's it doing, and after you've gone, right, see you later, bye, and close your camera. Okay, now I'm uploading to DSP Gaming over on YouTube. Thanks for chilling out, everybody. Bye. That should be it. You shouldn't really be on the chat either way after that. So, what difference is it to Phil? Of course, we all know why he's actually there in chat, but it's just when he has these when he makes these points, when he puts forth these arguments, it's sort of fun to pick them apart and go, okay, well, assuming that's true, why are you doing this? Of course, I could be wrong about that, because like I said, I don't really stream and I'm not really on Twitch that much. So, if I'm wrong about that, let me know. Comments down below. I won't actually edit or delete them.
I tried for 3+ weeks to stay on Twitch, even though I was out of the partner program for no valid legal reason. They had no evidence of anything I had done wrong, and they refused to provide any. Okay? I still tried to stay there for your sake, basically, for the sake of the viewers who were there and I had built this community around. I didn't want to abandon that right away. So I basically tried my best to maintain a business there, just running on tips. There was no I say superchat. There were no cheers. There were no subs. It was just tips. And honestly, after about 3 weeks, it wasn't so bad. It certainly wasn't great, but it wasn't so bad. I was thinking maybe we could still pull it off.
I mean, you'd think you'd be okay with that, wouldn't you? It's all tips all the time. But I love that he pulled himself back there. He was like, honestly, I said, well, it wasn't that bad. I was thinking we could do it. And he's like, he pulled himself back there from that one. Even he knows that pledging, like, oh, it was total financial ruination for the 3 weeks. Even he knows that's a bit too far, and that a lot of these people have come across with him from Twitch. So, they'll also know. They'll remember. But it's interesting that he pulled himself back there.
And then this thing happened in Returnal, where people mass flagged me saying I had said something I didn't say, and then they actually suspended me or banned me or whatever it was erroneously. And
So he looked down at that. Check that one. Really got in there with his fingers. And then had a look at it. Then probably wiped it on his pants.
that was definitely that was the straw that broke the camel's back for me, where I was like, if this could happen, this is just the beginning of the end. This is like the leak, the small leak you see in the boat that later on is just going to explode and the whole boat's going to sink. You see? I don't want to have a leaky boat. I don't want to operate on a leaky boat. I want to be on a nice, secure boat where we're all having a good time. We feel safe. The boat ain't rocking. The boat ain't leaking. We're all just, this is a cool cruise we're on here together on stream, right?
You're basically on a submarine. Never mind the leaky boat that might be sinking. You're a fucking submarine. How far down underwater you are. Jesus.
I don't want it that at any moment I'm walking on fucking eggshells because God forbid someone says I did something I didn't do. There's a fucking moron that works at Twitch that believes it and actually bans me for it when it didn't fucking happen, and then they're going to fix it after the fact. No, fuck you. I'm just not going to deal with your unprofessional, ridiculous bullshit. You guys suck.
Fucking bravo. What else do you say to that? I'm not having it. You guys suck. Well done, butthead.
And that was the decision I made.
Actually, no, that's like an actual insult to Beavis and Butthead. Even the comparison. You guys suck. Nah. They're way too good to be compared to Phil, I'm sorry. I as somebody who's watched Beavis and Butthead for decades. I'm sorry I did that. Yeah. Hey, how's it going?
It's like, when that happened, I said, that's it. That is the end of that. I'm moving to YouTube. Okay? So the reason I'm bringing this up and giving you the history is because yesterday a similar situation happened here on a Metroid Dread stream. And I hate to say a bunch of drama queen pieces of shit decided to try to make videos about it and say that I did something that I didn't do. If you actually watch the stream in context, you know it didn't happen. You're like, wait a minute, I'm watching it now. This didn't happen. Phil was joking about Arnold Schwarzenegger. And he makes a hybrid of his name and Arnold's name over and over, trying to find funny combinations or whatever.
Yeah, because that's exactly what you say when you're watching it. Again, it's putting words in my mouth. It's putting words in our mouths and saying, not necessarily ours, but, it's putting words in people's mouths and saying this is how people react to it, when the reality is people would watch it and go, oh, fuck it, why did he say that? Why? You won't be like, oh, this is obviously a joke, and Phil's obviously laughing and joking, and everybody in chat's having a good time, and, he's obviously trying to work out a hybrid of that. You'd be like, why did he do that? What a fucking knobhead.
And then he continues on with the stream, just brushes it off and ignores it. Why is it that these idiots have to latch onto this and act like something bad happened? And by the way, do you think they mass reported me? Of course they did. Of course they fucking did. They're out.
What? Come on then, come up. You coming up? Come on. Yeah. Come on, you can jump up it. This room. I've even moved my keyboard, look. like I've moved my keyboard, so you know, there's room for you. Come on, look, I'm already looking at like 2 hours. You know, I'm only a third of the way through. Alright, fine, if you want to have a scratch, have a scratch.
They're assholes. They're scumbags. Now, here's the difference. Okay? On Twitch, they're morons. They're unprofessional. They make...
Yeah. Come on. What? Where you going? I know, look. I know it's another film. I know it's another video about Phil. I know it's another Phil video. You don't have to take part, it's okay. I'll be with you soon. Daddy's gotta work.
They make mistake after mistake. They fuck everything up. Okay? On YouTube, I'm going to be honest with you. I am not worried. I'm not. I'm not worried in any way, shape, or form that anything is going to come of this. I'm not. Because on YouTube, they actually have some kind of air of professionalism when it comes to this stuff. They do.
Put down your ham sandwich, Susan, and listen to me. The fucking gall of the man. Like, it wasn't that long between those two, was it? It wasn't that long between him saying, Susan, do gifted memberships now. And this. Fucking hell.
Even if YouTube seems to make a mistake, you can usually talk with YouTube about it and get it resolved.
Right now, over an Totally Not Mark's channel, only I spark. It's alright, it's not a Carl name, you'd be fine with that screen name. Right now, on Totally Not Mark's channel, 150 videos of his have been taken down. Yeah, it's the Toei animation bit I'm talking about this time. You know why I was upset about it? Yeah. Because it's a condemnation of YouTube systems that somebody could do that and get away with it, basically, and completely fuck up another creator's life. Yeah. But he's like, oh, you can, if anything like that happens, you just talk to YouTube and get it sorted, and it's fine. And Totally Not Mark's like, I have actual, like, fair use defense here. My videos were for, like, the purpose of criticism and critique, and they were transformative, and YouTube's like, nah, mate, Toei's claimed them. And Toei said, you know, I know. Okay, I won't go any further, just let me finish the sentence. And Toei's like, actually, we own the copyrights to them, so we're taking the videos. And there's nothing that we at YouTube can do about that. Fuck off, Phil. Again, it's an example of his privilege, because he's never been in a situation like this. I mean, you would think somebody like him, who has had issues with people saying, I am taking down these videos because you've got copyrighted material in them, would be a little less fawning with his praise of YouTube now that he's on YouTube, you know? But he's not. As far as he's concerned, it's fine and it's dead easy. Even though they might make some business decisions, you know, like focusing on shorts rather than gifted memberships, there's still good stuff like this where, you know, I might get in trouble for saying the wrong word. They're great because I could just talk to them and get it all sorted out and it's fine. When the reality is like quite the opposite for a vast majority of creators. Most creators can't. Most creators don't have that luxury because YouTube doesn't listen to them. Sorry, I just really feel for Totally Not Mark. It's like proper performative, transformative stuff, sorry. And somebody's just like swept in and gone, no, that's ours. Because he dared talk about Dragon Ball. Yeah. I promise you, that's it. I'm done with it now. I'm moving on. You've heard it more than once, I know. Yeah. Alright. You've got water in the bowl, I can see it.
That's my experience. Not to say that this happens often, because it usually doesn't, okay? But there have been times in the past when I've noticed that a video gets flagged for something. And I'm like, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's correct. And I would talk with YouTube and get it resolved, and then we're back to normal and everything's fine, okay? So in this regard, you know, I look at the situation and I'm like, I know these morons mass flagged it. I'm not stupid, right? I know, I'm not dumb. I know that they're going to say I did something that I didn't do. They're probably going to spam every avenue possible with stuff that didn't happen. And all an intelligent person has to do is watch the clip in context, and you say, oh, okay, I see what happened, nothing. And move on.
In context, granted, you are struggling towards some rough facsimile of comedy. You're trying to find some way of making something funny for your audience whose expectations of comedy may be drastically lower than the average person's. But you then say a word that does not sound like the former governor of California's surname. And you say this word following yourself, catching yourself about to say the word, and saying to yourself, no, I shouldn't. So in context, you catch yourself about to say something. You tell yourself I shouldn't say it. And then you say it. So, out of context, it looks bad. In context, it looks worse. Because you actively had the choice to not do it. And you still did it. So, yeah. I mean, sometimes context kills you, Phil. Sometimes something looks bad, and then you look at it in context, and you're like, fuck, that's even worse. Like, you know, like the war dog leader stuff was bad. But then you look at it in the context of he's moaning because he now has to do his own dishes and make his own dinner. Instead of being depressed that he's, you know, he's not with his fiancée anymore. He's annoyed that he has to get up to make something to eat. It's like, oh shit, that makes him look even worse. So, should I mention that? Nah, I'll save it till later. I wanted to say something about the video. I'll save it till later because, you know, it's not the time here.
Right? I'm literally not worried. When I'm here on YouTube, I'm not walking on eggshells. I know that I don't say and do things that are against anyone's terms of service. I purposely make my streams tame. Take a look at my streams compared to some of the other shit that people do, right? I don't talk politics. I don't talk religion. I don't talk racial issues. I don't do any of this shit. I don't do any of the generalized racial comedy that I used to do. I barely do any sexualized humor.
That's a funny way of saying racist and sexist. It's the way that you put it when you want to downplay the impact of it, when you don't want to focus on how racist and sexist your content was. You know, when you don't want to say the words, I used to say racist jokes and now I don't. Because it's pretty bad, isn't it? Racist jokes are bad. They're racist, you know. That's sort of what makes them bad. I know it's semantics again. He always argues semantics. I have to do it. Would you rather not be in the room when I did this? Do you want to go out? Okay. I'll let you out.
I basically toned myself down over the years, right? So that we could chill together. We can have a fun time on stream, and you guys don't ever have to worry. Okay? You don't even have to worry about that stuff.
You don't want to admit to your audience that, you know, I used to do sexist and racist jokes. You would couch those terms differently. You would define them using different words that minimize the impact of the terms racist and sexist, because obviously those are bad things and those words carry negative connotations and they imply very bad things about people to whom they are attached. So if you didn't want your audience to remember that, oh yeah, you used to do racist jokes, you would call it generalized racial humor instead. You didn't want your audience to think, oh yeah, you used to have like some quite sexist jokes in your stuff. Well, I'm using jokes obviously, but you used to tell a couple of quite sexist jokes. You would call it generalized, sexualized content. You would call it generalized sexualized humor. Sexualized humor. I don't do any of that stuff anymore, guys. I don't do any of that generalized racial content. Generalized racial humor. Racist jokes. The man had a top 10 most racist moments countdown. It's racist jokes. That I'm pretty sure that DSP being racist compilation is about half an hour, which is pretty bad. Because I mean, even over 13 years, and I'm pretty sure it's an old video, so say 10, even over 10 years, the amount of racist jokes that you should have is 0, right? I mean, the fact that there's half an hour of this shit means you've told enough jokes to be able to, you've made enough racial statements. You've said enough racist things to fill that half hour. I mean, for fuck's sake. Generalized racial humor. Racist jokes. And again, using the word jokes is doing them a huge service. But yeah, the way he's couching that to present himself as better, the way he's gaslighting you into accepting his version of history, he is like retconning the fact that he used to say racist things by going, generalized racial humor, guys. I was just trying to be like Howard Stern. Except without like all the nuance and intelligence, subtlety, wit, humor. Guests that actually like you and want to be on your show.
It's fine. I'm not worried in the least about this. Seriously, I'm not. Nothing. How could anything come of something that didn't happen, right? It doesn't matter how many morons say something. It's still not true. This is exactly like these weird conspiracy theorists who want to say that when, oh my God, if you get the fucking COVID vaccine, you grow a 4th arm on your back or something. Because everyone has 3 arms, right? The weirdest shit. They just say stuff.
It's third leg that you're thinking of, Phil. It's third leg. It's just, I know it's a misspeaking, but
They make stuff up and then they talk themselves into a circle, into a fervor, until they feel like it's truthful.
Oh no, he's doing it. No,
it's this weirdo conspiracy theory groupthink shit.
No. Fuck. Somebody tell him. I know that one of you watches these videos. I know that one of you Phil fans out there watches my videos. Because I'm always getting a dislike. So I know that one of you is watching. Somebody tell him what groupthink actually means. Somebody tell him it's a process, not a state. It's a sequence of events, not a condition. If you have to super chat him, I'll refund you. If you have to tip him or super chat him, I'll refund you. Just somebody tell him.
It baffles me because I used to never know this shit existed until people started hating on me on the internet and started creating these giant lies. But they would just say the lie so many times in a circle that they would all believe it, right? So anyway, I bring this up because, for me, people all day have been contacting me. I actually have people behind the scenes writing me emails. Are you worried about this? Do you think that's gonna... No, I'm not worried about it. I didn't do it. The evidence is there.
See, he knew. He knew people had contacted him behind the scene, i.e. OIC let him know. Oh, tractors. You know, I've just read this thing on Kiwi Farms. They're talking about this. Somebody mentioned that you said the rude word, you know, the forbidden word. So, you know, what are you going to do about it? And he's like, no. Because he already knows that his defense is going to be this. Because he knew how he was going to react to this. Because he said, no, I shouldn't, before saying it. So he already knows. So all of this is just, it's a fucking act. I'm sort of like half tempted to end this here. Because it's just, it's an act. He knew it was coming. He knew how people would react. He knew that this would all happen if he said that word, and he said that word. All right, let's see if there's anything else. Because I feel like I feel like I'm being played now. I feel like by continuing, I'm playing into his hands because he knew this would be the reaction he would get from everyone. So, and he knew what his defense would be. He knew that he had a little bit of plausibility. See, in the Returnal one, he had plausible deniability of, I misspoke, I tripped over my tongue. And again, all that he would need to do in that situation was say, I misspoke, I'm sorry, I fucked up. But he couldn't. So he went, you know, he died on that hill. But here, I don't think he has the plausible deniability because he catches himself as he's about to say it and says, nah, I shouldn't. And then he still says it. So I feel like this is different from Returnal because at least with Returnal it was an accident. Here it was deliberate. Here he chose to do it. And I feel like we're all playing into his hands now. Because we're all reacting exactly how he thought we would react. We're all doing what he knew we would. Yeah, I feel like I've been played. Not outsmarted. Just played.
That would be like saying, is there a video camera footage of you punching someone straight in the face? No, there isn't. So I'm not worried about. There's nothing went wrong. I didn't do anything wrong.
So look at the example he uses as a way to illustrate how ridiculous this is, and it's not because again he caught himself saying it and still said it. But if he's portraying that it was like Returnal and it was an accident, then he's going to do this. He's going to be like, look, it's as ridiculous as saying that we've got footage of you punching someone in the face when, you know, that's not what the footage actually shows, but we've edited it and sort of like presented it out of context and in such a way that implies that you do. Yeah. Do you agree? Because I think I that's how I feel. I feel like I've been played. Do you not? See, now you're thinking about it.
So why would I be afraid of something happening when it didn't happen, right? But then people, well, you should delete that clip. You should delete that part of the playthrough. You should edit the video to bring the audio out of that. What are you talking about? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? In all the years that I've been a content creator, okay? All the years that I've done this for a living, there have been 0 videos where I've done that. 0. Because the best way...
He does delete videos though. I mean, not including the ones that he privated or otherwise removed when he had the copyright strikes. The Gamer J Lee bit, where Gamer J Lee goes over what DSP said. And he says, like, the moment that, like, made him think, fuck you, I'm out, was when he was insulting anybody who bought an amiibo. And Gamer J Lee's going over this, and he says that I think it was an Ask the King, that video's now gone. It's either been privated or deleted. So you will selectively edit your your presentation of yourself. You just do it like you'll do it with a chainsaw and not a scalpel. And I think another bit that's interesting to me here is he sees this as a bad thing. He sees owning up to errors and mistakes and making amends by removing them as a bad thing. He can't conceive of why you might do that as a show of remorse or as a show of your understanding of how you fucked up and your desire to make it better. He thinks it's nefarious. You can't, cock up and then think, oh shit, in that video I've cocked up, I'll delete the video. He can't see that as a good thing. He can't understand why you might do that. To him it's an acknowledgement that you fucked up to remove the video. So yeah, I think I'm getting ahead of myself, but yeah, I think this is the bit that comes next.
To defend yourself to misinformation on the internet is to allow the actual truthful information to be out there. You see, the moment that I would delete that video or I would try to edit the audio out or something, that shows maybe that, there was a feeling of like you actually did do something wrong and now you're trying to hide it. You want to
go out?
Right? Oh God.
See there, he says it. Sorry. Out you go. Come on, I can open the door without getting up. Great. See, he sees it as a nefarious thing. To fix a mistake. To own up to fucking up and saying the wrong thing and getting rid of it. Like, why? Why is that, Phil? Most normal people don't see it like that. Most normal people see it as a normal part of the process of evolving and growing as a person. Because you do. when you fuck up. Sorry, things come on my telly and the timer. When you fuck up and you hold your hands up and you go, shit, yeah, I said the wrong thing there. I'm sorry. Part of the process of that is recognizing that this thing that you said previously was bad. And if that thing happens to be on record that you control, for example, if you said it in a public place and there were loads of people filming it, you can't really stop it from being uploaded. But if it's on your video and you upload that video and then people go, actually, this word you've used here is a slur and it's quite offensive and you should probably, do something about that. It's not a bad thing to go and edit that footage to remove that slur or to take that video down and to say, yeah, I understand, I recognise and I understand that that's, an offensive slur and it's wrong of me to have used it and I'm sorry and I've taken the video down and I'll re-upload it without that bit in. And that is part of the normal process of growing and acknowledging that you fucked up. But to him, it's a really nefarious thing. It's really like, oh, what are you trying to hide? You're trying to hide something here. No, you're not. She's just like going, yeah, don't. I fucked up, so I'm not having it. Most people don't want like the bits where they fuck up online. Most people wouldn't like to. I suppose that's part of his whole I'm the realist gamer. I'm just like one of you guys. Oh, I'm human and I fuck up as well. Thing, innit? To be able to go, yeah, no, I fuck up sometimes, and the videos are still out there. I never take them down, so if the proof is out there that I've fucked up and I've made mistakes previously. Whereas other people would, as part of the process of acknowledging their mistakes and making reparations and moving on with the knowledge in mind from now on, would remove that offending material. So, all I'm saying is it's not a bad thing. You might think that you shouldn't have to take it down as long as you acknowledge the mistake, and as long, say like start your next video with, hey guys, in my last video I said this word and I understand that that's a slur and I didn't know at the time but now I know, and all that stuff. So blah 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 blah. You might think that's fine, but either way the point is that you would be acknowledging that mistake and you would be moving on, whereas Phil just immediately sees it as a negative thing.
I did something wrong. After the fact, I better hide that by deleting it or editing it. I didn't do anything wrong, right? So what am I hiding? Nothing. I didn't say the thing that these morons are trying to say I said. You have to be a jackass to believe it, which is the truth. Anyone, literally anyone, who would say that, who would make a video about it, who would watch a video about it, who would share a video about it, is a jackass. You are an actual detriment to human existence. You literally make shit up to try to hurt others, to get a laugh.
Oh, fucking hell. Yes, thank you. Well done. Ugh. Right, letter tray time. You timed it well though. I'm nearly at about an hour for this one, so thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah, well, you can go outside, but it's pissing it down. So, if you really want to, fine. But I've got to clean this first, so... Oh, for God's sake. Just about...
So, what's the point of the retrospectives, Phil?
Hey, so,
What's the point of the retrospectives?
took the opportunity for a break, because there's, like, no smell that's quite like fresh cat shit. So, but fuck it, I need to clean up. I'll have a smoke, allegedly. And then I'll come back and do this. And I took the opportunity to have a quick watch of Shinko's stream, so, hey guys. Oh god, I looked horrible then when the camera shifted. I promise this is moisturiser, it's not grease and it's not sweat, it's moisturiser. It looks fine like this. Yeah, so hey guys. Hey Shinko and everybody, just wanted to say, right, I'm gonna go back to filming now.
Stop touching your face after you just finished touching your balls. Stop it. That's how you got those fucking liver spots on your head, because you're out there touching your balls. Touching your sweaty, greasy, glazed balls. Rubbing it all up in your face. Disgusting.
Oh man, I've made like a similar point in my video. There we go. Sorry for not sticking around too long, guys. Just checking in during a break, and I'll go back to filming my vid about the stationery incident. I'll catch you all later. See y'all later, guys. Gotta go. Bye-bye. So yeah, like I said, there's not really a smell that's quite like fresh cat shit. Like, I know that the first shit of the morning can be the most satisfying one, but still, it's just you're so small. How could it smell that bad? Yeah, how do you make such foul smells? I need to change what food you're on. Anyway, yeah. Let me go back a couple of seconds.
Who would watch a video about it, who would share a video about it,
see where we were,
is a jackass.
Oh,
you
yeah.
are an actual detriment to human existence. You literally make shit up to try to hurt others, to get a laugh, or to try to, to get some drama for today. You are the problem with human society. If you didn't exist, we'd all be better off. People who pass around crap like that and behave in that manner actually hurt people who are good people. People who are out there to make productive lives, to help others, to be happy and positive.
What are you? You sit on your ass all day and play video games. You contribute nothing to society. You actively harm society by taking resources that other people who do far more productive and contributory contributory things, people who contribute more to society, they could use the resources that you're taking up. When you buy food, that's food they could be eating. That's food they could, when you DoorDash food, that's takeaway they could be having at the end of a long night working in A&E. So you are actively harmful to society, Phil, because you contribute nothing. You could remove you from society. You could remove all your contributions towards YouTube, all the videos that you've put up, all the streams that you've done. You could cut DSP Phil from history completely, and you would have lost nothing. Society would have lost nothing. In fact, it might even have improved because, at least Leanna would have had a better life. Leanna wouldn't have had to spend 5 years waking up next to you. So, yeah. I think I know what's coming next, and it's really going to piss me off. So,
Negative.
Sorry. The contempt that... What a word as well. The contempt that I felt for him before is about to be eclipsed.
Disgusting drama queens actually make life worse. There has not been a single situation where being a drama queen and making up gossip and making up this kind of shit has ever helped someone. It's always just hurt someone. When you're outright lying and saying someone did something they didn't do in order to cause drama and get clickbait views, you are a scumbag. You have no redeeming qualities.
You'll notice that he's not actually addressing well, I suppose he's actually already tried to address it. He's given you his defense, and now he's moved on to attacking the people making the claims. He's not really addressed the substance of the issue. He's instead denied it. He's attacked, and he's reversed the roles of victims and offender. Fuck. I wasn't even going to intentionally go down that route. I wanted to keep that to a minimum. But yeah, he didn't say, I accidentally said this word. He didn't say, I said this word and I shouldn't have done. He didn't say, I fucked up and I'm sorry. What he said was, a clip that sounds a little bit like this. I was making a joke, and these people have said that I'm actually saying this word, and they've taken this clip out of context. And so he's not addressed the substance of the issue. He's denied it. He's now attacking you. And he probably reversed the role of victim and offender as well, because it's just like the Returnal thing when he's, he was fucked over there as well, and they're trying it again because last time, it happened like this, and now he's on YouTube, and it's not going to happen like it did on Twitch because YouTube is fine. So he's fine, and this time, don't worry about him, guys. It's going to be okay this time. But they're still attacking him. He's still the victim here. And he's just not said, I fucked up, sorry. Which is far easier. Instead going to these lengths to attack the people going, mate, when you said this word, it sounded really like you were saying, the bad word. He's attacking you instead. He's attacking those people rather than going, shit, yeah, you're right, sorry. Because he did it on purpose. He said, no, I shouldn't, to himself. So, shit. I shouldn't have said that. Fuck. It wasn't one of them. It wasn't when it came afterwards. It was no, I shouldn't. Yeah, fuck it. So he knew. And he did it on purpose. And he's getting this opportunity now to completely Davo us all. But that's not the bit. That's not the bit.
Everything you just did was bad, immoral, wrong. There's no defending you. You are a piece of shit. And you should actually rethink your life if this is what you do for a living. Really. Oh, all I do is I make slander videos about someone. What the fuck is wrong with you? Really? Do you think you're going to have a meaningful life doing that? Like, oh my God. And this is the thing, is that these people fucking do this all the time. And it's not just this situation. Like I said, there's a million times when this happens all the time. So, for me, it's Monday for me. Today's Monday.
Right, I'm not letting you do that. But he said that nothing we have has meaning. Nothing we do has meaning. And in my last video, I got quite heavy. It was quite a heavy thing, and it had really affected me in quite a heavy way. And so I worried a lot when I was uploading that. It was, you know, it was a very personal thing. In these, I tend not to be too personal. I might go, oh yeah, this one time this thing, you know, in my life. And then, you know, but it's not really the same, because that's also normally mixed in with like an hour's worth of like narcissism, psychology, group dynamics. This is the definition of groupthink. So it's, you know, they're normally just like little bits of like who I am and my experience peppered throughout. But that was a video about specifically how I felt about something, and it was a really personal and private, not really private because, you know, but it, you know, me as a private person, it was a personal thing. And so I worried a lot when I uploaded that. And like at one point I thought, don't do it. But I'm really glad I did, because in the comments people were like really receptive to it. People got where I was coming from, and they also decided to share their moments of grief and to talk about how the, you know, realities of living with and caring for someone with disabilities is. And so it was a really powerful thing for me, which sounds a bit odd, but again, you know, it's not really about Phil. It's not one of those things where this is explicitly about Phil, but it's because of something that Phil said that's had a reaction elsewhere. And normally when Phil says stuff, the reaction from us is like, ah, holy shit, but, you know, what a knob. But here, this was Phil said something, and this is how it's made me feel, and other people have gone, yeah, I felt that as well. So for me, it was a really touching and powerful thing to see people sort of like opening up about their experiences of loss and their experiences of death, and how difficult it can be to live with the pain of loss. And there are people talking about disabilities and living with disabled relatives and friends and caring for them, and the difficulties involved in that, and like with, you know, the attitudes that those people might face from others. And just like special shout out to the other person who has a relative with Fragile X, because yeah, for like how common it is, it's surprisingly not that spoken about. So yeah, like a lot of love to you there. So yeah, when he says that the things that we do have no meaning, I just feel insulted, really, because, like, you know, I've met a lot of people as a detractor. I've made a lot of friends, and they're quite cool. So, you know, like, if those connections were gone, I'd miss them. And so I feel like, you know, those things have meaning. So, yeah, the things that we do have meaning. We come together as like a community. We come to watch and to enjoy others' work. You know, you're not coming to me to watch Phil. You're coming to me to watch my take on Phil. Just like you go to Brittany Gates to watch her take on Phil. And, you know, you should all be going to Pastor Eric Miller to see his take on Phil. And you all go to see, you know, Aqua, Teal and Forbidden Math and Army Watch to see how they're presenting Phil. And, you know, we all go to detractors sort of like go, let's see how this person looks at things. So we connect with that creator in a way, you know, a parasocial way. Should have written it on there again. Form a healthy parasocial relationship with me on Twitter. So yeah, when we're like, you know, all watching each other's stuff, we're all getting something from it, which as a creator means that thing has meaning. So yeah, that last video was quite important to me, and even more so because of the reaction it got. Because, you know, it meant the expression of, it meant my expression of my experiences resonated with other people. And that's what you want as a creator. You want what you're putting out there to resonate with people. So, yeah. But Phil and his streams, I'm sure the world would not be a darker place for the absence of another Assassin's Creed playthrough, or another session of Call of Duty Warzone, or another Friday Night Street Fighter where you spend most of it running away from Jose. Big ups, Jose. So, yeah, fuck you, Phil.
Today is not a special day where Phil was you know, made to look bad on the internet and attacked. Today's just a normal day. This happens to me all the time. It really does. But it's actually funny to me that I had some people contacting me behind the scenes and say, Phil, you better look out. These people are out to get you. Did you see what they're doing? They're making videos that are saying you did something you didn't do, and you should delete that video. Like, no. Are you out of your mind? I would never delete that video. Are you? That video is the clear-cut evidence that I didn't do anything wrong. Why in the hell would I delete it? By the way, to give you guys some perspective, okay? When that thing happened on Twitch, back in, what was it, April, May, whenever I was playing Returnal, I don't actually remember when that happened. I uploaded that video in its entirety to YouTube, no problem. That playthrough is intact, there's no issue there. People mass reported me on YouTube for that one too. And guess what happened? Nothing. Because YouTube doesn't fuck around. YouTube doesn't have a bunch of unprofessional volunteers who believe drama making major site judgments. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not stupid. they're just not.
Yeah, I think I might actually insert another clip of him telling Susan to put a sandwich down now.
Stop what you're doing. I mean this. Just drop it. Take your you're eating a ham sandwich right now. Put it down on your desk. Okay?
Seriously, to have the brass ones to be able to 180 in such a blatant way. It's almost, I mean, if it was anybody else, you'd at least respect like the audacity of them. But here it's like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? It's just so blatantly obvious that YouTube is great when you need it to be great, but then when you've been crossed by, when they've done something you disagree with, it's the worst. And it was the same on Twitch, and it was the same on YouTube beforehand. So, you know, just the fucking bare balls audacity of them.
They don't do that kind of stuff. Twitch does, YouTube doesn't. So I'm not worried in the least. Nothing's going to come of this because I didn't do anything wrong. I'll leave the video up. That's your evidence that nothing went wrong. And just let the idiots say what they want. Let them sit there and circle jerk each other. Because that's the thing. That's all they want. All they want is to get jollies off. Oh my God, this is funny. We can make fun of Phil. We can say he did something he didn't do. And we'll sit here endlessly saying that he did it. No, I didn't. Never did. And you can say what you want.
You're literally on video. You are literally on video saying it. We can play it. I'm going to play the clip here.
Phil's a nigger.
Like, that's you saying it. that's you going, Arnold Phil's it. No, I shouldn't. Arnold Phil's it. And then saying it.
All day and you can make up shit. Well, the only thing that and this is true, I really, really, really wish.
Right, okay. Okay, I just... The grease in that hair. I am thinking this is... What do we say? Between 2 or 3... Because his picking and itching is noticeable, but not alarmingly so. So I reckon this is... I want to say 3 days since his last shower. Because, I mean, that's a layer of grease. Let's have a skip back there.
Well, the only thing that
There, that's some grease. So I'm thinking 3 days. Because that is pulled back and that is lank and that is matting to the head now. The weight of the grease is enough to keep it there rather than it, falling back or falling forward or, just generally sort of like spreading out. So, yeah. I'm thinking you're on the 3rd day of not having a shower. And that's quite a hefty shadow as well. That's some stubble that's growing there. So it's probably been a bit since you've last shaved as well. I don't know, maybe you shaved the week previously. But yeah, I think this is a contributory factor to his constant fidgeting and scratching and, See, this for me is just neuroses. I'm a bit neurotic about my hair. So that's why I'm always pulling at it. Sometimes it feels all right there. Sometimes it feels better back. But yeah, at least shower within 2 days of having a stream. Fun fact, I actually did a previous version of this. He does know that we can go back and look at his chat, doesn't he? Maybe that's why he keeps taking his streams down and then re-uploading them. He doesn't just want the views, but it is a great way of getting rid of the chat. Because there's no chat once you've re-uploaded it, is there? I can't be asked going to his channel to check. I'll check and put it in the edit. But I'm pretty sure because like all the DDM and the RAW are left, so you can just go and show the chat replay and you can see what we're all chatting about at the time. But I'm pretty sure if you take that down and then re-upload it, you don't have the chat with it. But he knows that DDM RAW show the chat, right? Like, he has to know that about detractors. He has to know we're looking at his chat. He has to know that that's also there on our streams. It's taking out like this side of it. So he has to know. Mind you, I suppose it wouldn't matter to him, would it? Because you're making up your own reality. You're already telling your audience what to believe, and you're telling them this is how things happened. This is my word, and thou shalt believe it. He's probably not worried about people from his chat going and checking again. Which is really odd because normally you would. It's not just odd, it's quite worrying because normally when you are given information that conflicts with something that you either know or can remember, you would go back and check. If I said, if we went out for a meal one night, and it's, normally all it takes to get me in bed anyway. But if we went out for a meal one night, and then a couple of days later I said to you, you ate this, and you had the fish, and you were like, no, I didn't. No, I had the pasta. And I said, no, you had the fish. I remember you having the fish. If, in that situation, you'd know. And if there was that slight element of doubt, if you were thinking, wait, did I have the fish? You would check somehow. You might look at your phone and see if we'd taken any pictures of it for Instagram. Or if we had any selfies where you could see the dish in the background. You'd check. Or you might find the receipt and find, what we'd ordered and see if fish was there. You would go and check. But he's operating under the assumption that his audience isn't going to. And I suppose most of the time that's an assumption that's borne out by the fact that they don't. And that's the worrying bit. Because that's really... It's a red flag. It's like, hey, you're being manipulated here. In other relationships, in other contexts, you'd call it abusive. Because it is gaslighting you. It's not as explicit as some of the more obvious attempts that he does and what he's going to do in a bit with his historical revisionism, but it's I suppose it's more insidious because it's subtle. That's the thing. It's more, don't stand on it. Thank you for not stopping the recording like I accidentally did before when I grabbed the keyboard and accidentally pressed space. You coming back up here? You coming up? No, you're good. Just don't chase the cables. You've got the ruined one that I'll let you play with. I don't trust that she's eyeing up the power cable for my notebook. I don't trust her. But I had a knackered cable that I used to charge my phone with, and it's knackered. She can play with it. It's fine. But this, she's just eyeing it up. But yeah, so the fact that they don't go and check, the fact that they don't think to check, when many of them will have been present there anyway, and they will have been like, hang on a minute, I remember him explicitly saying that, They would think, hang on a minute, we weren't all laughing and joking, were we? It wasn't that funny, was it? The whole Father Christmas punching thing, Arnold Schwarzenegger thing, it wasn't that funny. Because, it's proper dad joke anyway, isn't it? But yeah, the fact that his audience aren't conditioned to check, or he's conditioned the impulse out of them, which I think is more likely. Or this is the result of years of self-selection anyway, because anybody that would go and check has gone and checked and has since gone, well, he's lying, and buggered off. So yeah, this may be just basically the end result of years of whittling down by people leaving through attrition. Interesting. Anyway, sorry. But I wasn't happy with how it came out, so I decided I'll film it again.
And this is true. I really, really, really wish YouTube would be more serious. Not about, okay, they don't take that seriously. They're not going to, punish me for doing something I didn't do. That's good. But I really wish that there was a recourse against it. Right now, there's literally videos saying I did something I didn't do. It's factually incorrect. You can watch the raw video and see it didn't happen.
But it did happen. This is the issue. It did happen. You said that word. The two syllables that make that word came out of your mouth. The hard R sound came out of your mouth. And you didn't have to say that word. Because you caught yourself about to say that word. And you said to yourself, nah, I shouldn't. And then you said that word anyway. The two syllables that came out of your mouth made up that word. And you knew he was going to do this all along. He knew he would just be able to outright deny it. He knew he had the blanket cover, the plausible deniability of, I was making a joke. It's based on Arnold Schwarzenegger's name. I was making a joke. So he knew. And so when he's saying, they're saying I said this word and I didn't, because what I was actually doing was making a joke based on Arnie's name, you know. And he's able to go, what they're saying I did didn't happen. Because he's just outright denying it, and his defense is, but it was a joke. I didn't say that word. What I said was this thing instead. I tried to make a hybrid. Not a portmanteau, a hybrid. But what we're saying is, the 2 syllables that made up that word came out of your mouth, and you are on video saying the 2 syllables that make up that word. You are on video about to say it, catching yourself, and then deciding to say it anyway. So, when you deny like actual reality like this, and he's one to sit there and say, you know, what you're saying didn't happen. In our reality, in the actual reality, it was this. Because the reality is, you are on video doing this.
Phil's a nigger.
And now you're sitting there going, no, I didn't say that. That never happened. But it did. You're on video doing it. You did it. You fucking did it. You said that word. You didn't say the syllable that makes up that makes up the letters N-E-G. You said the syllable that makes up the letters N-I-G. You caught yourself about to say it, and then you said it. You can't see, but on my, like, I'm tracing my finger across my desk, and I'm just like looping like that constantly because it's just going round and round in circles. That's what that noise is. And again, I feel like I've been played by him. I feel like because I'm like halfway through, and I feel like if I watch the rest of this, it's just going to be this again. See, look at the title for this. DSP compares his situation to COVID misinformation and politics. Fucking hell. He does, doesn't he? He does. Jesus. He compares it to... He says, like, there should be procedures in place for flagging detractor stuff as false information because they could do that with COVID misinformation. And so why, you know, fucking hell. Oh, God, he does. Oh, my God. Oh, I can't. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm doing this again. I'm halfway. I am so steeped in blood. There's always the option to tap out. There's always the option to skip ahead. If a bit's getting too repetitive, skip ahead, right? Come on.
So why is that video allowed on YouTube? That's slander, defamation, whatever you want to classify it. It's actually a lie. And it's misinformation meant to hurt me. It's directed at me to hurt me. Why is that video allowed on YouTube? Why don't people identify that and say, okay, I see that this is harmful, bad, garbage content. It's a lie, and we need to delete it. Because here's the thing.
I want to point this out as well. Nobody that's uploaded a clip of that has uploaded just the bit of him saying the gamer word. They've all uploaded the full clip. They've all uploaded the tip coming up and then him saying, oh, Arnold Schwarzenegger. No, I shouldn't. Arnold Filzer. They've all uploaded the context. So it's clear within context what he is doing. And it's also very fucking clear that he says that word. So that's why it's still up on YouTube, Phil. Because nobody's uploaded just that tiny little bit. None of these videos of Phil says the gamer word are just a second long, you know? they're all the full context of that. That's why, because it's presented as is. Nobody is taking it out of context. They're all showing the bit leading up to it. And also because this stuff isn't slander and defamation, it's your fucking footage. Every detractor has an opinion on what Phil does, and those opinions will vary wildly. But they're all opinion. They're all looking at the same source of footage. We're all getting it. This shit from the same arse, you know? What was that, Steve? In the previous one, I talked for quite a while about slander and defamation, and it's like, I'm not an American lawyer, so, you know. But ultimately, it's my opinion that it's not. Can I get away with reusing my own footage? Fuck it here. I've still got my notes. To prove defamation, you have to prove that a false statement is purported to be fact. Well, it's not a false statement. It's his footage. It's not been manipulated in any way. We've not cut him saying something from somewhere else and then pasted it over here. Publication or communication of that statement to a third party. It's on YouTube, so yeah, fair enough. Fault amounting to at least negligence, which doesn't really apply here, because again, it's his footage, and we're all just sort of like going, here you go, look at this. Let me tell you my take on this. If, you know, if the uploader is someone like me or Shinko or someone. If they're not, if they're like Aqua, Teal, they're just uploading as is. But, you know, either way, damages or some harm caused to the defamed party. Well, that's harder to prove because we're not doing this to stop Phil from getting, like, say, a sponsorship deal. Nobody is, like, actively harming Phil in this way because even if we all stopped now, there is just too much about DSP Phil online for him to be able to get past a cursory Google search by anybody who's interested in doing a sponsorship with him. You know? Even if the next time he gets a deal, the next time he works something out, Raid finally get in touch, you know, and they're like, oh, we want your 300 subscribers. Even if he gets that, they'll Google him and they'll see everything and they'll be like, nah. So, you know, you can't say that we're doing harm to him because that's all there still. So anybody uploading this moment now is not going to be harming DSP Phil. As far as my British forensic opinion, you know, it's going to be hard, especially because, and I found this out when I was actually doing a bit of research, because I do actually care about the stuff I'm putting out, Phil. I found that in America, for public figures, it's harder to win defamation cases because the condition of negligence is raised to malice, which is much harder to prove in court. So, you know, you'd have to prove that we weren't just uploading this, especially if he can claim that, oh, all the evidence, they only want views and they're only, you know, chasing views like that and they're, you know, stealing my viewers because they're getting views off this. Then you can't say that we're doing it for malicious reasons. Because if your argument is that we're doing it just for views, then there's no malice there. We just want views. We're not asked about you. We're not trying to hurt you. We just want views. If we're actively trying to hurt you, that's really hard to prove in court. Because, you know, when Super Crazy does it to catch a pay pig, it's not trying to hurt you. When I did a psychological analysis of your why I'm kicked off Twitch stream, I wasn't trying to hurt you. So it's really hard to prove malice in court. And I also had a bit of a brief bit about why I wanted Phil to sue me, because in the UK, if I'm committing slander, if I'm defaming Phil, either by slander or by libel, Phil has to prove it. Phil has to prove that my position is wrong. I don't have to prove that my position is right. In America, if say if Phil wanted to take on Super Crazy would have to prove that his video was true. You know, he would have to prove that he wasn't actually out to harm Phil. But the things that he was saying in his video were true, and he would have to have the evidence for that. But over here, Phil would have to have the evidence to prove me wrong. So if Phil wanted to take me to court, he'd have to have the evidence, and he'd have to be able to provide. So if Phil took me to court over my video about his bank leaks, Phil would have to provide his statements to court, so that he could prove those aren't my statements. They're just trying to harm me. So that's why I want him to sue me. But yeah, so that was the bit about there. Could we skip this? Should I skip it? Okay, what's the next bit? Free speech.
Wrong. People are saying it's called free speech. Wrong. It's not. You're wrong. Here's the thing about free speech, and this is what people don't understand, okay?
Do you see the reaction to it? Because you're taking a contrary position to him. You're telling him he's wrong about something. So you're immediately wrong. 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 Here's what you don't understand. Can't countenance that he might be wrong. Because if I said something about free speech, you know, I said, oh, you know, it means that the government can't do this to you. Then somebody in my chat went, actually, it means this. It doesn't mean that about the government. It means that this can't happen to you instead. I would be like, oh, I didn't know that. Thanks. Fair enough. Because you're not always right about everything, and you're not always going to know everything about everything. And, you know, that's why, like, degrees are graded on marks and levels. You don't get, you know, either pass or fail. You get first, and then you get 2-1 and 2-2, you know. There's, like, you don't get an A star or an F. So you're not going to know everything. Some things you're going to be wrong about. But he can't even accept the possibility that he might be wrong about this, because it means that you're criticizing him. If you're telling him, dude, you're wrong about this. You know, you're wrong about, like, people saying stuff and YouTube not removing it. It's because of free speech. It's like, no, because that only means that the government can't do this, you know. But he's still wrong about the fact that, you know, like, say, within the ecosystem of YouTube, who will have their own guidelines on what you can and can't say. The things that we're doing aren't necessarily breaking those guidelines. That's why it's not removed. But you can't think, nah, that's not the way. That's wrong, because here's my belief and my position, and here's why I'm right. I can't be wrong about it. I can't reconsider my perspective. You must be wrong. You know, that's a weird element of narcissism to me. I don't countenance not being introspective.
Free speech means you have the freedom to say whatever you want. It's true. You have the freedom to say whatever you want. However,
here on this stream, this is the United States of Phil.
Free speech does not mean you have the freedom to say whatever you want without repercussions or consequences. That's not what freedom of speech is. You have the freedom to say it, but then if you lied and said something bad about someone or some business or whatever, you outright lied to harm them, guess what? That's called defamation or slander or whatever, and you're going to be prosecuted for it. That's what it means.
See, a big part of why I wasn't happy with, like, the last one was that I spent a lot of time talking about this, because I did a bit of research. Because I'd mentioned free speech previously, and I'm not American, so, you know, I just wanted to sort of familiarise myself a bit with how things are. And I know that defamation and slander lawsuits are, like, quite complicated things when it comes to defining, like, what is speech and what is, like, acceptable as free and what is, like, criminally harmful and, like, liable for prosecution and things like that. So I know that it's, like, a really delicate thing, and I looked into a couple of cases as well of like, notable cases throughout, like, history that as this concept of free speech has developed throughout America, in American history. And it went on for a bit too long, and I thought, as a Brit, probably not best place to do it. So I think I'm going to skip to... I'm going to skip on again.
And it sucks that YouTube doesn't care. Really, that's one of the major things I've always hated about YouTube. They just don't care. If I were to complain to YouTube, seriously, if I were to complain to YouTube about this situation,
we are not even half an hour from him bigging up YouTube and saying about how great it is and how he's not worried because YouTube is, you know, it's run by people who don't fuck about. Seriously, how is the cognitive dissonance not causing him physical pain? How does his brain not leak out of his ear? I genuinely want to know how parts of his brain have not sloughed off because they've like necroticized and liquidized and then just sort of like sluiced down into his ears and dripped. Maybe that's why he's picking his ears so much. Maybe that's why he's cleaning his ears so much, because like little bits of his brain are constantly dribbling out and he needs to keep drying them. That's fucking how do you go from the one to the other without like losing a single breath? Fucking hell. What a place to jump to here for me.
and I said, there's a video out there that's completely either defamation or slander. It really is fake. Even if you look at the evidence they're presenting to say I said or did something, it's wrong. It's not true. All right? YouTube would look at it and say, okay, but you have to sue them. They would literally say, they would say, okay, fine, we believe you, but we don't want to get involved. We don't want to be legally tied up in this.
Right, I had a little bit in my previous one about this as well, because there's a lot you could say about YouTube as a platform, as a publisher, and where their legal responsibilities lie. And it's a really complicated and sometimes fairly tedious sort of discussion, because, you know, new technologies as platforms constantly struggle, and the law, as you know, as various governments sort of struggle with the accelerating pace of technological development and social change, and cultural change even, with regards to how these platforms are used and whether certain things on them can be considered, you know, actionable legally, and how much criminal responsibility those platforms have. There's so much to talk about. And he, again, in a situation where expertise is preferred with a scalpel, he takes a chainsaw to it. So, yeah, I'm not going to linger too long on this, but I'm going to let it play out for a bit longer.
We don't want to be embroiled in a battle between you and this party. So sue them. And the moment you sue them and you show us evidence of the lawsuit that you're suing them, that this was defamation or slander, we'll take the video down. And then you're good. That's literally what they say. Okay? Listen. Who do you think you're talking to? Right? Like, I'm not some ginormous
fucking attitude there. I mean, oh my god, that was great. I know what he's about to say. He's about to say that, you know, I don't have the resources to take everybody on. But again, as I said previously, you don't need to take everybody on. You need to take one person on and set precedent so that then everybody else knows. That's all you need to do. The problem is you can't. And I think a lot of the times when he's like, you know, I've spoken to the police and they don't do anything about it, the reason that he's getting the response of, well, you can't do anything about this, is because no laws have been broken. But he's such a dickhead that he doesn't realise that he doesn't quite understand where he's going wrong, and that he is in fact wrong about this thing. So he assumes that the problem lies elsewhere. The problem lies with law enforcement, or YouTube's complacency, or the fact that the laws don't exist for him to sort of regulate this constant stream of detractor content. But instead, the fault is actually with him. And it's with him not understanding the law as is. And I just... going around in circles so many times. And not even like the Venn diagram circles. Like actually good, proper circles that join together. Fucking hell.
content creator rolling in dough. I don't have a team of legal experts behind me flagging and stuff all over YouTube and filing lawsuits on my behalf.
But right, you don't need that team to be flagging content because you keep complaining about how difficult it is for you to be found because of all the other detractor content drowning you out. But just, you don't need to go after everyone, you just go after one. Digital Homicide did not go after everybody who made a video about the slaughtering grounds. They went after one person. Even the fucking Romain brothers understood this concept.
This is ridiculous, okay? So, it's that simple.
And again, it's just occurred to me, again, you would get your fees back because you'd win the case if what you were saying was true. If you believed enough that this stuff was harmful to the point that you would get a lawsuit and, you would take these people to court, you get those funds back if you want. So why wouldn't you, Phil? All being well, and you can sit there on stream and say, I don't have the resources for it, but we can add up the numbers that appear on your screen that show how much people have given you, and we can work out how much money you have and how much you actually get, and we can know that you can afford to get one lawsuit going. Why wouldn't you do a stream of it? In fact, yeah, fuck it. Do a stream of it, Phil. Do a special fundraising stream to raise money for a lawsuit against one detractor. If you do that, I'll donate money to the legal funds of the detractor in question. Whichever one you pick, I don't know why I pointed that way. There's no point in going after our Crimson King. They don't really do anything anymore. But either way, have your audience fund your lawsuit and go after just one to set precedent. Because if you really truly believed that you had been wronged and that you could legally prove it, you would.
I since I'm not rich, I don't have recourse against these people. That's what actually it boils down to. Because I'm not rich, I can't stop these people from saying and doing whatever they want about me. This will always continue forever. This will always be an endless loop that people will be bored with their own lives and seek to ruin mine by bringing me down to their toxic level and saying shit about me that didn't happen or I didn't do.
You could just try not fucking up. I mean, I've got another video to be getting on with. And now I've got like another 3 hours. I'm beginning to think that my ratio is for every 10 minutes of DSP, I can expect like an hour. But you can try not fucking up, Phil. This circle can be broken. This cycle can end. All it takes is you not fucking up.
And providing false evidence, out of context clip, edited clip, making it sound or look like I did something I didn't do, for their own purposes. Now, they all had views yesterday, right? They all made these videos. They got some views that they didn't earn because they're scumbags. They lie, right? And now, now I got people all worried and shit. Don't be worried. I'm not worried in the least. It's something that didn't happen. It literally didn't happen. The evidence is there. The evidence was back there for Returnal. The evidence is there here for Metroid Dread. This stuff doesn't happen.
The evidence is definitely there for your Prince of Persia.
Is the funniest shit ever. I swear to God, he accidentally calls Hulk Hogan a nigger. And I'm not trying to be racist or anything. It's the funniest clip ever. You gotta watch it on YouTube. He goes, Hulk Hogan, we coming for you, nigga.
Was it Heavy Rain, the other one?
All right, nigga, it's time.
Where it's thumbs down.
Thumbs down, motherfucker.
I guess I'll find out when I go and look for it. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the bit where he's like, thumbs down, I'm sure. Because even with the Prince of Persia one, you could argue that he's quoting Booker T. He shouldn't do, which again, he just shouldn't say the word. Like, even if you're quoting Booker T, Hulk Hogan promo, just don't say the word. Like, it's easy, watch, right? Booker T's doing a promo and he gets really heated. So at the end of it, he screams, "Hulk Hogan, we're coming for you." And then he says the N-word because he's that impassioned that he just says it. Because he's a black man who grew up around that word a lot. So he says it. And then he immediately turns to Sherry. He's like, "Fuck." While Stevie Ray takes over. And Sherry's like, "Oh, She's like trying to comfort him, but, you know, she's obviously ribbing him as well, going, "You are going to get the piss taken out of you in the locker room, mate." But, yeah, there you go. It's easy. You can talk about the promo without needing to quote Booker T verbatim. You just don't say the word. It's really easy to not say that word. And the fact that this is like the fourth example now.
Nigger. Motherfucker.
Nigger.
That's 4 times. 4 times that word has either been said or nearly been said. Why do you just don't say it? It's not that difficult, right? Like, seriously, it's not that difficult to go through your life not saying that word, is it?
It's a lie. It's a blatant bullshit, and I'm not worried about it in the least. But it's stupid that I even have to talk about it. But this is the big talk of the internet over the past day, that Phil said this or did this and all this negative, toxic shit about me.
He could have just not said it. He caught himself about to say it. It's, "Nah, I shouldn't." And then he said it. You've got no one to blame for this. I see, again, I feel like I'm being played by him. The big, right, there were 2 things there. There was that, and there was the sort of meta point of going, you know, "Oh, the internet exploded by it," when really nobody cared. Nobody really cared. It was just us detractors that sort of like saw this and went, "Oh my god." Nobody else cared. The wider internet did not care. He did not trend on Twitter. You know, the news did not report on this. Articles about this were not written by Fox or MSNBC. You know, there you go. I've slagged them both off. They're both shit. Nobody cared. But to him, the internet, the wider internet cared, because that's all he faces when he goes on the internet. That's all he sees when he goes on the internet. His not just his life, but his entire online experience is dominated by this. He can't have a normal interaction anywhere because this is what he experiences. So to him, the entire internet did blow up about this, because that's how limited his experience of the internet is. Sorry. But that's it. That's how limited his world is. It's all just this. There's nothing else. Like I've said before, and like many other detractors have also said, we do other things. We have other things in our lives. It's not just Phil 24/7. We do other stuff. So to us, when something's gone off in Phil's world, you know, in like DSP's put his foot in it again, it doesn't affect anything else. It doesn't affect our work life. It doesn't affect how we are with our family or friends. You know, it doesn't change really what else we're doing anywhere else. But when we come back to Phil, oh wow, this is a really big thing. Anywhere else, it's just not. The two aren't linked at all. The two just don't meet. So to him, it's just that. He has no other thing where it's, well, apart from champions, I guess. But even then, he's you know, it's linked to this. Even then, there's somebody watching his champions account to see how much he's spending and how big his roster is getting, and you know, and tweeting about that or posting about that or, you know, just commenting about that. So even there, there's this element of I can't be open about this, I can't be honest about this, I can't enjoy this because it's too tainted by everything else that I experience. He can't disconnect. He's got no other, like, real privacy anymore. Fuck. Wow, that's really miserable. What an existence. What a life. Fuck. How sad is that your entire experience of the internet is complete backlash to you? You can't do anything else without it being coloured by your experience of the internet. Fucking hell.
You know? It's so dumb. You know? But this is just... I wish, I really do wish that YouTube would actually step up and take some ownership for the crap on their site. Because they don't. They say, unless we're getting sued, we don't care. And I think that's a terrible way to go about it. I understand that they've got millions upon millions of people who upload every day, and you can't police every single video, right? But at the very same time, when you have people who actively are trying to hurt and destroy people, and you can see that. Every one of those videos that lied about me yesterday, all the reason they put that was because they want to hurt me. They're all lies. They're all blatant lies. There's no truth.
That's the only reason why. They only want to hurt me. That's the only reason why. Fucking hell. Yeah, I can see why this one's labelled aka another victim segment. Phil, nobody really wants to hurt you. We just... Well, I'm not speaking for anybody else. I'm just fascinated by everything. You're belittling one of his viewers. For me, in the edit, it's 33-22.
So here's the funny thing. Rabbit Couch has been spamming this message over and over in the chat. Because he's probably a defender of these people because he's stupid. He says, if you genuinely believe the statement is true, you have the right to say it according to U.S. legal precedent.
So you can't just disagree with him. You can't just think he's wrong on this one. You have to be defending these people because you're stupid. How has he still got an audience? I will never know.
That's how libel and slander is decided. They aren't crimes, they're torts. Yes, except that what they're saying factually isn't true. All you need to do is watch the videos that I put out yesterday.
Oh, back in circles again. What we're saying is factually true because you're on video saying it. We are saying you said this word. We have footage of you saying this word. I think what he's trying to dispute here is the intention behind... See, this is the thing. This was the bit that went back to fault and malice and negligence. Is that he thinks we're saying something when really we're saying something else. We're saying he used it. Factually, he used it. Factually, he said that word. These two syllables that make up that word came out of his mouth. Here's the video of him saying it.
Phil's a nigger.
He's saying we're doing that deliberately to harm him. We're implying that he's going around using this word as a slur. And we're editing it to make it look like he's saying it to be racist, for example. And I think that's where the legal issue falls down for me, because the intention, he's misunderstanding the intention. So, yeah, there's a bit about that as well. See, it's just difficult because, like, the forensic part of forensic psychology is different in each country, and especially because, you know, the legal systems are different, but also in that, you know, forensic psychologists in America would have different, like, roles in the criminal justice system than forensic psychologists in England, and how much of this would be covered by, like, a lawyer instead. will vary depending on like the issue in question. So like in my previous go at this, I talked a lot about that sort of stuff over here, and it's, you know, it's not really interesting or relevant at the moment, so I feel like I should probably not bother going over it again. And I don't know, if you're interested, I might be asked to making a short video about it, but it's, you know, it's the bit of the courses that get a bit dry. So, because you have to get into minutiae a lot. It can be really finicky because laws are written specifically, you know, and they use specific wording. So, just, it's the belittling of the viewers that was more of the interest there rather than the free speech issue. Because, again, you can't just disagree with him on this. You have to be defending them because you're stupid. It's fucking amazing to me that you can view your audience like that. Especially when you expect them to give you money.
The actual gameplay of Metroid Dread. You see the animation playing. You see me saying Schwarzenegger over and over and over, and then making variations of his name with my name interjected in it. You see what it is. There's nothing there of anything bad in any way, shape, or form.
So why did you go, nah, I shouldn't then, when you were about to say it? If you knew that there was nothing bad there, why did you catch yourself? And then say it anyway. Does it feel like I've been played? He wanted this. He wanted all of this. He wanted this reaction so that he can have his victim segment and try to squeeze more money out of people by saying, look how mental the trolls are. Look what they're doing every day. You know, by the way, if you want to support the stream, so I think we're done, actually. Well, I've got the free speech bit. Goes off on a tipper. Ooh. Let's have another look at that then.
An anonymous $1.50 tipper says, we love you, but a lot of us heard a bad word. So you're stupid then. No, really, and I mean that too. I'm sorry. If you actually think you heard me say that word, you are 100%, undeniably, irrefutably dumb.
I've played it a lot, but once more we're feeling, here's DSP using that exact word.
Phil's a nigger.
He said the word. Just think of all this and how easily you could have avoided it by going, shit, I didn't mean to say that. Sorry, guys. And then you can move on. But he needs this. He needs all of this. He needs the detractor uploads. He needs the response from people. And he needs to be the victim so that his audience will empathize with him and will side with him and will give him money. And he knew that this would happen when he said, no, I shouldn't. In that moment, he weighed up the benefit and he weighed up the cost and he weighed up whether it was worth the energy of doing this if it meant he might get money from supporters on his side. And he thought, yeah, it's worth it. So he did. And I feel like I'm done now. It's been long enough. I mentioned it earlier, but I really want to say thank you to everybody who commented on my last video and who spoke about their experiences with loss and grief and their experiences of caring for disabled relatives. And, you know, it really meant a lot to me. So thank you. It it was reassuring, and I needed that after a video that felt really emotionally draining, and it felt difficult to do and to put out there, you know. Like, there was very little editing in it. I had spliced, I think, 2 bits together. Was it? I think, yeah. Yeah, the lights went out, didn't they? Yeah, but that was it. There was, like, nothing in it. It was just an expression. So having people resonate with it was important to me, and it reassured me, and it made me think that, you know, yeah, that was important, and it was worth doing. So thanks to everybody who watched it and who commented on it. I think, yeah, that was about it, other than, like, the next video's coming soon. I promise. Really, I'm ignoring everything else from now on. I do ideally want to get it done before Christmas, and I think I can. So I'm probably going to regret saying that now, because it's a 50-50 at the moment, depending on how long. Oh fuck! It's the 15th now. Fuck. Oh fuck! And I'm really busy over Christmas as well. Shit. I'll try and get it out before the New Year. But yeah, 1,000 subscribers, still fucking mental to me. It's, oh my fucking god. And they're all, like, really cool people who are like, yeah, we've also been through grief and loss, and, like, yeah, Phil also disgusted us with that. So thanks, everyone. You are all great. I don't know if I bigged him up earlier, but shout out to Aqua Teal for this one. And thanks for putting your videos into chapters as well. It's been really handy right now for this one. And big ups to, like, Almighty Frogger and Shinko, whose streams I've been trying to drop into a bit more. Also Piece of Peace as well, who's now my base nemesis. He's like the Ryu to my Ken, you know. He's the, I want to get better than you. So I'm coming for you, boy. So yeah, big ups everybody. Take it easy. And thanks for watching. See you later. So guys, I realised I had this feeling that I'd forgotten something, and I was like, I'm sure there's something I wanted to talk about. Oh, did you drop it? Oh, it broke in half. Oh, I'm gonna have to pick the other half up. Where is it? Oh, it's there underneath the chair. Fuck.
Behind the squeaky board.
Oh, I don't want to pick it up. They really stink. Oh. Here, will you eat it? Come on. Have it off the floor.
That one. That's the one. Okay.
There you go. Oh, thank God. Right, I'll have to be aware of her. Yeah, so anyway, yeah, I forgot that there was something else that I wanted to talk about. It's the bit in the GTA Vice City stream where he talks about not having friends. And I know it has, like, absolutely nothing to do with what I've talked about previously, but I just really need to address this. This is fucking mental to me. Oh, he's still down there, right. I'm going to wait until she's moved.
Do you find it hard to find friends since you moved? I don't have time for friends since I moved. Just being honest, I just don't have time. I work 6 days a week full time. 6 days a week full time. Outside of that, I maintain a household and have a family. I don't have time outside. I don't have, as I've explained to you guys, okay? I love my life.
Right. He's about to preload a front... Sorry, he's about to load a load of shit preloading his statement already. And like most liars, they're giving you a lot of information in advance that's going to build the foundations upon which this is based. But the idea that you just wouldn't have time for your social obligations, your social relationships even, not even social obligations, like relationships, it's fucking bizarre to me. It's more than bizarre, it's fucking worrying. It's completely maladaptive. It's not how you socialise at all. The idea that someone would be like, if you find out how to make friends, and you go, don't need friends, I'm too busy for friends. I don't. Even the busiest of us finds time to, like, see our friends and fulfill social relationships, and I can't. Crap, that's just, like, that's mental. That's, like, actually certifiably worrying. Like, solitary confinement's a war crime, you know? And he's like, no, I don't need friends. Humans are social creatures. We need friends. We need other people in our lives. No man is an island. We need, like, social relationships with others. Even me, right? I'm, like, known for being antisocial. I've spent many years in my 20s trying to avoid going out. But even I have friends. Even I've got people that, like, tolerate my presence, you know? If you're looking for your wire, it's over there. I've got, like, an old broken USB cable. It's charging my phone, but it's knackered, so fuck it, she can play with it. You can chew it and claw at it and chase it. I can't conceive of a life where your social, all the fulfillment that you need from other people is satisfied once a week by one person and a cat. I can't conceive of that. And I'm somebody who, when lockdowns happened, like, me and my family would joke that I noticed that there was a lockdown on for 3 months, you know, because I'm so used to being on my own, and I like my own company, and, you know, I'm perfectly capable of entertaining myself. So even I have friends. Even I have, like, social needs and needs of companionship. And, you know, relationships as in friendships with other people. Because I'm human. And humans are like that. Humans are built like that. It's how we survived as a species. We're pro-social creatures. And he's like, nah, I'm fine with just my wife and my cat. I'm fine with all of these obligations being fulfilled on one day. That's so maladaptive. That's worrying. If you saw that on an offender profile, you would be like, do not parole this fucker.
My life today is the best I've ever had. And I mean that. Like, every day I feel like is the best day of my life. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. I have so much fun. Okay, every single day. I wake up, I have a beautiful family to spend time with in the morning.
You have a wife and a cat, and you say there, I have a family that I spend time with. But you don't, because your wife works. And you talk a lot about how little time you get to spend with her. So you can't say that you spend a lot of time with them, while also saying that you don't get to spend enough time with them. And you're happy with that.
Have a nice breakfast, you know, play with Jasper, spend time with my wife, we talk, we read news, prepare for the day, you know. Then I jump on stream.
Right, this is 1950s nuclear family stuff, this. This is what you do in an American sitcom set in the 50s. This is a facsimile of a real life. It's shocking to me that this is your social contract. This is your entire social fulfillment. That it's a wife that you will sit on the opposite side of like your counter to and read the newspapers while having breakfast. Also, I doubt that you're playing with your cat. Just considering, like, in fact, yeah, fuck it. I'm just gonna couple of clips of Phil going bad at Jasper here.
Jasper, you have to move. You can't block the TV when I'm playing survival horror. Come on, Jasper, get down. Oh, my wire's tied up here. Hold on. Okay. Jasper, come on, get down. Stop that nonsense. Stop that ridiculous silliness. Jasper, stop chewing the wires. No. No chewing wires. Stop that right now. So, I definitely... Jasper Kitty, don't you dare. Jasper Kitty, don't you dare. Don't you even dare go in front of that television. Jasper's going crazy, rubbing his face all over the edge of my Xbox Series X. I'm not even kidding you. He's rubbing his face on the edge of the console. He's a nut. Jasper, I just said don't go in front of the television. Jasper Kitty, get down right now. Get down. Get down now. Now. Don't block the TV. You were in a good all day today. You were sleeping most of the day in the bedroom. Don't start now in the last hour. You stop that right now. Stop it. Okay? Boy. Jasper, what did I say? Jasper, get down now. Now. Stop it. Stop misbehaving. Stop it right now. Jasper, come on.
Didn't really peg you as a doll collector.
Get down. Jasper! Jasper Kitty, what did I say? Jasper! That's it. You're on. You're on. You're on. Get out. I'm serious, Jasper. It's the third time you jumped in front of the TV. How am I supposed to play games? Jasper, no! Come on! Jasper, get down! Jasper, come on, please get down. Get down. Let me play Halo. Come on, man. Don't block the TV today. Don't be a stinker. Jasper, get down. Jasper Kitty, get down right now. Get down right now. Stop that. Jasper, no, come on. My first kill, and Jasper's blocking the screen. Jasper's blocking the screen. Jasper, get down right now. Come on. I can't play a first-person shooter if you're blocking the screen. Stop that right now. I got owned because I couldn't see. Jasper, don't go over to the TV. Come on. Jasper, don't do it.
Didn't you used to be best buds with him?
Jasper, come on.
We were common company for a fleeting fallow.
Starting now.
Through which I witnessed the
Stop that right now.
incommensurable... No.
Jasper, don't do it.
You reunite
Jasper,
with
no.
Raker, that
Stop
man's gotta go down.
Indubitably.
Jasper Kitty, do not jump in front of that TV. Jasper, come on. Get down right now.
I prefer Mantis's nonsense to Warlock's.
Stop that. Jasper, don't even do it. Come on, man. Jasper Kitty. That's it. You're in trouble. Time for a suplex. You're getting suplex right now. A flying, rousing suplex. Raw. Raw. How dare you? How dare you disturb my stream? Jasper, disturbing the stream. You won't stop disturbing it. Would you just relax, buddy? I'll be done streaming in about half an hour. Oh my gosh. Jasper, don't do it. Stop jumping up there. Oh my god. Jasper Kitty, stop it. Oh, I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna fall on my ass. Stop it right now. I don't want attention. Stop it. Stop it, stop it, stop it. You'll get attention. You just gotta relax. Oh my god, I almost fell on my ass. Jasper, do not, Jasper Kitty, do not jump up there, man. Jasper, stop it. Listen to me. Stop it. Jasper, stop it. He's gonna do it. Jasper Kitty, do not jump up there. He did it anyway. That's it. Now I've had enough. Now I've had enough. Now you're in trouble. Now you're in big trouble. You're in big trouble. Big trouble. He just wants my attention. Okay. Jasper. Really, Jasper? Really? He's in front of the TV again.
Give that thing the old Drax tug.
Nothing stays still forever.
Jasper, you need to get down. Jasper, come on. Get down right now. I said get down right now. Down. Stop blocking the television. You have to stop this. You're not going to get me to stop streaming by doing this. You have to be patient. Jasper, please don't blow. No, Jasper Kitty, stop that. He's blocking the television. What do? I can't see. What did it say? Jasper's blocking the whole TV. I can't even see what it said. Jasper, come on. Come on, get down right now. You can't block the television when I'm trying to play games. I keep telling you this. Stop it. Jasper, why you gotta do that? Come on. Jasper, don't make me get up. Come on, get down right now. Don't make me get up. I just was in the car all that time. I don't want to have to keep getting up and getting down. Let me relax and play Halo. Jasper, don't go. Jasper, kitty, no. Jasper! Jasper, get down right now. Stop that. Stop blocking the television. I told you no. You gotta be a good kitty. You were a very good kitty yesterday for Thanksgiving. Now in Black Friday, all of a sudden you act up. What is it? You're in this rowdy spirit too of all those jerks out there? Don't you dare jump in front of that television, Jasper. Jasper, kitty, don't do it. Do not do it. I mean it. Do not do it. I'll be very upset with you. Jasper, don't even look up there. Stop. I mean it. Jasper, no. Don't do it. Jasper, that's it. You're in huge trouble right now. You're in huge trouble. Don't do it. Stop it. Jasper, do not do it. Stop looking at the television. Jasper, kitty. Jasper, kitty, get down right now. Jasper, down now. Down. Jasper, kitty, get down right now. Stop it. Stop making me raise my voice and point and waggle my finger at you. Stop this behavior. Oh my God, he won't stop. Jasper, I don't want to throw... Jasper! Don't do it. I don't want to throw you out of the office, man. Jasper, he did it again. Jasper, you're really misbehaving already. Jasper, down. Jasper, get down now. Stop. I'm going to throw you out. You do it one more time, I'm throwing you out of the office. I got no patience for this today. No, you're bite the wire? What is wrong with you?
We have the ball.
What is wrong with this cat? You're out of here. Go out. Get out of here, bud. Lay down. Lay down right there and you stay put. You stay put.
Ball dropped.
I'm trying to play. Oh my God, this cat, man. Now look at this. Jasper, that's it. That's it. Jasper, come on. You gotta behave or I'm tossing you out of the office, man. Now he's biting my foot. He just bit my foot. Jasper, don't jump in front of the TV. No! Jasper, kitty, don't do it. You can't jump in front of the TV now, Jasper. Come on. Jasper, kitty, you gotta move. Jasper, come on. Jasper, kitty. So please consider right now Jasper is pawing my vibrating waypoint on the map. He's pawing it right now. He's watching the pulsating dot there. So please tip me if you can, guys. All right, Jasper Kitty, you have to get down right now. That's it. You have to get down. You can't be in front of the television. I keep telling you this. You don't listen to me. It's almost like you purposely ignore me to get attention. I couldn't imagine that you do that, though. Jasper! Jasper Kitty, do not! Jasper, do not jump up there. I mean it. Do not do it. Jasper, don't. Don't block the... Jasper! I just said don't do it. Stop it. Jasper! Don't do it. Listen to me. Stop. Jasper, that's it. You're out of here. You're out of here. He says he clicked on the link in the description. Jasper's blocking the TV now. I can't see. That's it. Stop it. Why you gotta misbehave today? Why? That's right. The walk of shame into the hallway. The walk of shame for Jasper Kitty. Jasper, don't do it. Don't do it, buddy. Do not do it, Jasper Kitty. Stay down there on the floor. Do not jump in front of the television. Jasper! Come on, Jasper Kitty. Get down. Jasper. Jasper. Jasper Kitty. He's ignoring me. Get down right now. He's not paying attention. That's it. That's it. You're in huge trouble. Huge. Jasper! Stop it right now, Jasper Kitty. Get down right now. Get down right now. Jasper, I said get down right now. Get down. Get down right now. Stop it. Jasper's blocking the TV. Great. Can't see what I'm doing. Right in front of it. Jasper, come on. You gotta get down. Jasper, you can't stand in front of the TV. Get down. Get down. Jasper. No, come on. Jasper, get down now. Jasper, do not go back up in front of that television. I have to go kill this guy. And he goes right in front of the television. Come on. Get down. Jasper, right now. No delay. No delay. Get down today. Now, Jasper, do you see what happens? He started messing with my ottoman and the thing started to cave in. Jasper, you see what happens when you mess mess around with my stuff. Jasper, do not. Allow Samus to dash at a supersonic... Jasper, come on. Get down right now. Jasper's about to jump in front of the television, I think. Block the TV, make it unplayable. There he goes. He's pawing the TV. Very nice. He's already starting to act up. Jasper, I got you a nice tissue paper ball to play with in the hallway. Why are you in here blocking my television? I can't see who's talking. Spartan what? Jasper's sitting in front of it. Jasper, can you please stop blocking the TV? You're going to start already today?
This could work. Any Spartans in comms range?
Jasper, come on.
Griffin is in range, but his...
So, Jasper, don't... Oh. Jasper, come on, stop it. Don't get me angry already. Come on. Just starting with gameplay. Sheesh. There's too many games I'm currently playing right now, Jasper. No. 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 You don't go up there. Jasper. Jasper, kitty. Don't do it. I told you no 3 times. I don't want to throw you out. Doesn't listen. Jasper, that's it. I've had enough of you. That's it. Stop. Behave.
Because obviously a cat that attention demanding, you know, has not been played with. Where's Shinko?
I have fun with you guys on stream all day long. Is it work? Yes, but it's also incredibly fun. I'm one of the luckiest guys on the planet that gets to do what he loves for a living and doesn't have to sit here and be a shill to fucking make a buck. Seriously.
Because everybody else that streams is a shill who's only trying to make a buck. You got a $200 tip the other day. In fact, I'm not even sure it was today. I'm pretty sure it was yesterday. And you still complained about tips being slow. You can't say others are only in it for the money.
It's fun as shit to do what I do. Okay? Then, between the streams, I have time to maybe ask him his food, right? Play with Jasper again or whatever. If my wife is home, spend time with her.
We're just shitting on him now.
And then at night, I get like an hour or 2 to spend with my wife before we get ready for sleep. Okay? But, the truth be told, alright?
So you seem to... I get, right, you're painting it as... You see your wife a lot in the morning, then you go and do your streams, and then you see her in the bit, you know, after the streams for a couple of hours. You have an evening together. Every day. You have a morning together, and you have an evening together every day. And you also have that on the day where you're off and you rush around doing bills. In fact, I'm getting ahead of myself.
My life is full. And what I mean by that is it's full of good stuff, but it's still very full. I don't feel like I have an emptiness in my life. I don't feel like, oh man, there's something huge missing from my life.
There fucking well should be. You should be feeling that. You don't see anyone other than your wife. I mean, even the most committed couples have friends. Like, I'm struggling here. I'm really struggling. This is so maladaptive. This is so worrying. You know, I feel like I know I'm preaching to the choir in telling you all stuff like this and like, hey, holy shit, this is bad. But like from a professional level, I feel like Cassandra. I feel like I'm screaming, oh my god, this is a fucking red flag. Something needs to be done about this guy. And there's like, there's silence, there's no one listening. Like, he needs professional help. He needs professional help. It's just so bad. It's just so bad. I'm sorry. It is, wow. Fuck.
I need a large group of friends to spend time with. I need to be doing this. And no. If anything, I've explained to you guys what I would actually like to do long term.
Oh, right. You should be feeling that blackness. You should have friends in your life. I can't tell you how important friendships are when it comes to, like, being an individual that's, you know, sort of got their shit together. and he's okay mentally, and is like pretty normal and balanced, and socialized properly, and the sort of like the richness that friends bring to the texture of your life is indescribable. And I suppose this in a way goes back to my video about loss, because like of my close friends, I've had friends that I don't see anymore because we've had falling outs and it's pretty shitty. But I've got friends that I can't imagine my life without. And, it's pretty shitty falling out with friends. And I can't imagine my life without the friends that I have. They just bring so much to my life. Because they're, different people who have their own norms and values and beliefs and opinions and tastes and experiences and have shared experiences. Where is it? There it is. Yeah. Like fuck, that really hurt. Not sat down like that. And it's like in one of my photo frames. These are like tickets for Alton Towers. Me and some friends just went to Alton Towers, and it was great. We had great times, and it's just a fun thing that we did. But we had a great time when we were there, and now I have some great memories. The funniest thing that I've ever seen in my life happened at one of those trips. Those friends have brought incredible like value and joy and wonder and pleasure and emotion, and they just made my life better for their presence, because it's such a core part of being a human. I can't imagine not wanting friends. Right, okay. Let him set this bit up now.
Which still hasn't happened after all the years that I've talked about it. I would like to eventually have another day off a week. I would like to stream full-time 5 days a week and have 2 days off a week to spend with my wife. Because here's what I like to do. One day, I would like to be the day when we have to go out and do stuff. We got to go grocery shopping. We got to run errands. We got to go to doctor's appointments and or other appointments. All of the things that are kind of like busy work that need to be done during a week, I want to do one day. But then I want to have the other day to literally just spend with her. Let's just relax today and have a good relaxing day together. Or maybe for the day we'd like to drive into Seattle and spend a nice day in Seattle at Pike Place Market, or go to the zoo together and have a nice day there. Or maybe we don't want to do shit. We just want to lay around the house. Or on the flip side of that, maybe we want to stay home at the house but do stuff at the house. Clean the house, renovate the house. You know what I mean? Right now we don't have that at all. It's 1 day a week, rush to do everything we need to do, and then that's it. It's over. There's no time for anything else.
Why is it so rushed? Why? And why is that every week? What is it that you do that requires that much rushing on the one day off you have? I'm doing him an amazing privilege of assuming he's not bullshitting us here, and that most of the days off he just lies there door dashing stuff and playing WWE champions. So I'm going to take his claims at face value. And what is it that you do that means that the 1 day off a week you can't, right? Why can't you do some of this stuff during the times when, you're with your wife in the evenings during the rest of the week? Like, if you've got bills to pay and the money's in your account, instead of rushing around on the Saturday paying it, why don't you just like pay them off online using like online banking and just like transfer money that way during the evening one day. And then you've freed up some time on the Saturday that you have off, for example. Or why don't you, if you need to go like shopping for food and stuff, fine, yeah, I get like, you know, an hour walking around a grocery store. I'm imagining they're quite big in America. And, you know, a bit of a drive there and back. Why not make a day of that then? Why not have a drive out to Seattle and visit the market like you said you could? And do some shopping there. And while you're there, and the shopping's in the car, you go grab something to eat. Or, you know, have a wander around and see some sights. And then drive home. Why can't you sort of like distribute the things that you do on the Saturday around the rest of the, like, right, okay, you do your morning stream and then say, you know, you got to take your car in for a service. Do that in between the streams. And then catch up with whatever it is you would have done during that break in the evening. Why am I telling a man who's nearly 40 how to like organize time? And to hear that as a justification for being okay with a complete lack of socialization elsewhere, it's fucking astonishing to me. There are people who work like 80-hour weeks, genuinely struggling to see their friends. And here's this dickhead going, nah, I don't want to see friends. I'm too busy.
You know? Now you might say, well, why don't you just take the second day off? I can't afford to do it. I can't afford to take the other day off. With all the financial responsibilities and things that I have, a lot of the times around here, I'm barely making ends meet. I'm to the point where, man, I really hope that YouTube payment comes through because I got to pay bills this week, right? So with that being said, I'm not there yet. Maybe in a couple years' time, if I build this up, this YouTube channel, to prominence again.
Right, now I've said this before, and, I doubt I'm the only one who said it, but it's something that I think really sticks out for me about Phil. When he had KO Gaming and he got a lot of, notoriety. No, that's not fair. He got a lot of attention for the Homefront and Revolution review. And it was quite a lot for Phil, you know. I'm sure he was earlier today, actually, that he was talking about it, because it was in the Shinko stream that I briefly dropped in. I just didn't want you guys feeling rude. That's why I mentioned it. I didn't want you guys thinking I was being rude, sorry. And, just not talking to any of you. I just, quickly checked in to see how he was doing and what you were talking about and how it was going. And, I wasn't being rude or anything. So, but yeah, what was I blathering on about now? Yeah, he was complaining about KO Gaming and the Homefront video getting a lot of views. And at that moment, he went on a break. He went on a holiday with Liana. And shortly after that, he would get fed up because none of the other videos were doing as well as the Homefront one was. And he gave up. Whereas he's now talking about, how difficult it is to start from scratch and claw his way up, and with enough work, hopefully he will grow the channel. I think that if he'd have done that with KO Gaming, he would have been in a much better position now. At least, he'd probably still masturbated on stream, but I mean, in terms of the numbers that he's getting, he would probably have a much higher members goal, and he'd probably have a lot more members. Because people would have stuck around for KO Gaming if he'd have persisted with it. If he'd have offered it as here's only edited content, here's my reviews, here's stream highlights and things, here's all the edited stuff that I do. But again, he's like, I don't have the time to edit. When am I going to edit? I don't even have any editing software. You can't put 30 quid down for Vegas Pro, which is what I use, and it's over 1,000 hours in it. It's great. And if I can use it, any dickhead can. And he's just nah. Rather just give up on it because it's not getting the views I want, and it's too much hard work to persist with it, because it was essentially a new channel and he was essentially starting from scratch. He was trying to, hey guys, because I've got a brand already and I've got, a bunch of fans already, go check out my new stuff. But it is essentially starting from scratch. You are building that channel up as a separate entity all of its own. And I think if he'd have stuck with it that way and he'd have acknowledged that this is going to be a long thing, I'm in it for the long haul, then he would have been better off in terms of numbers at least, and probably financially as well, because obviously with those numbers comes an increasing chance that people are going to give him money. So he might be better off now if he'd have stuck with KO Gaming. But it's amazing to me that he's now going, yeah, I've got to stick with it. I've got to, it's going to be hard, it's going to be difficult, because he's got no other choice. With KO Gaming, he had the fallback of his main channel. He could always, if KO Gaming collapsed, he could go back to his old channel. It was fine. KO Gaming was a side project. This is it. He's got no other opportunity now. He's got no other fallback. If he had another channel that was doing better than this, he would be happy to give this up and main the other channel. But he's not. He's got this now, so he's been forced to accept that, no, you're going to have to claw your way up. Because again, narcissists not good at long-term planning. It's all about the immediacy. It's all about the short term. It's all about what's happening in the here and now, because what can I control here? I don't like putting in more effort for future gains. I'd rather have the short-term gains for less effort, even if the more effort that I put in will pay off like multiple times more dividends later. If it's easier for me to say sorry now for something later, then I'll say sorry now. But if I have to work towards a goal, nah, it's too much effort. I'll take the quick and easy way out, because he's a narcissist and he's lazy. So yeah, that was my random KO Gaming rant. That's what I've always thought about it. He had the potential. He could have worked at it, and he was just too lazy, and he didn't get the response that he wanted straight away. So he thought the home front would be a baseline, but it was actually just a fluke. It was a statistical anomaly.
If I can get my streaming to the level where it was on Twitch, because by the way, 300 members versus the 900 I have on Twitch is a ginormous difference. That's a huge amount of income that I'm not getting right now.
See, there you go. It's a huge amount of income that I'm not getting right now. That's all it is to him. It's just about the money. It's all about the dum dum da 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 dum. I don't think it's funny. But yeah, he knows. Deep down, he knows that these numbers are inflated. Deep down, he knows some of these are socks. And he knows that it was that way on Twitch as well. It was just easier to inflate that number, so it looked like he had more, and he could quell the gnawing doubt within him. Because if you tell the audience the lie and they reflect the lie back at you, they've just validated it and it's now become true. So yeah, seeing that here, it's just about the money. On Twitch, I would have been getting more money.
It's a big discrepancy, and it hasn't grown this year. Think about it. When I started here, I had, 200 members? Now I have 330. It's a slow growth thing. If I work my ass off for 3-4 years here, then maybe I can get back to where I was on YouTube. And I feel like, where I was on Twitch. And I actually do feel that next week, I can't speak today. Next year.
Should I say it? You're having trouble speaking. There's a certain intoxicant that affects your ability to speak.
There's a bunch of supposed improvements coming to YouTube streaming. For example, there's supposed to be gifted memberships. Just that alone, I guarantee you, just the gifted memberships are going to help this channel tremendously.
See, he knows. He has to know. He knows that it's just people inflating the numbers. People who, right, if you wanted to help the channel, but you couldn't afford to sub, a gifted sub is, not really any use to you, because you probably just give him a tip here and there instead. you're not going to bother with renewing a subscription. But it makes Phil's numbers go up. This is all he cares about. This is all he's excited about now. That in the near future, it's going to be easier for him to make money. There's going to be more ways for people to give him money. YouTube is finally going to implement these things. His numbers are going to go up. And that means there'll be more money coming in. I really hope they're paid monthly. So it's another case of like with superchats. Guys, I really appreciate the subscriptions, but they don't help me out straight away. Tips help me out straight away. I get paid for the subscriptions in a month.
Because they did on Twitch. There were people who were generous on Twitch. Right now, around the holiday season, there's people who are generous and want to help out other viewers, and they can't do it because there's no gifted memberships right now.
But you got a $200 super chat. There's like, that doesn't matter. The people who have the money to buy those gifted subs and spread that money around that way and support you that way, and now just doing it in other ways instead. They're giving you super chats and they're giving you tips and they're doing it in a bunch of different accounts, so it doesn't look like it's all coming from one place. The people who want to help you and have the money to help you and would ordinarily buy gifted subs for other people currently either tip or super chat. You had a $200 one the other day. You can't tell me that that's the sort of person who would otherwise have spent that money on gifted subs instead. Because they wanted to give you that money anyway, so here you go. I can't give it you in like 20 gifted subs, so here's the super chat. Wow.
You see? In addition, there's another thing they're supposed to be adding. They never gave it to me yet. Super thanks.
They never gave it to me.
If you, for example, if you're watching this pre-stream on demand right now, hello everyone watching on demand and not on stream. How you doing today? By the way, I hope if you're liking this pre-stream podcast, you'll give it a like and you'll leave a comment on it on YouTube on demand if that's how you're watching it.
Stop saying on demand. It really winds me up. Nobody talks like that. Nobody says I'm watching YouTube videos on demand. People don't talk like that. He's really like an alien. He's like an alien who's read a book about human behavior and not really understood it.
It helps the channel, okay? So if that's you.
Also, yeah, I mean, liking doesn't really, I mean, it's, you know, obviously good for engagement, but everybody who views is not going to like or comment. I think, you know, it's normally like about 1%. I think. I might be wrong about that, but in my sort of experience, like if you get like 1,000 views, you're probably going to get like 10 likes or comments. So, you know, I think higher than that is pretty good. But yeah, not every viewer is going to like and comment. So, you know, I think he's overstating the effect it's going to have. I think he thinks that now he's opened comments and likes again, his engagement is going to go up, so he's going to start getting higher in the algorithm's results. But the low percentage of people that would ordinarily engage with content by liking anyway, and the fact that he's moderating his comments so they're not immediately going up and they're not all staying up, because a bunch are being deleted by him because they're all help or review, tells me that he thinks that he's going to do much better in the algorithm than he actually is, because that's not as much engagement as he could be getting. So fucking look at me talking like a YouTuber. How the fuck did this happen?
There's going to be a way. It already existed only for some people. Okay? Only for some people. Only the bigwigs have it, basically.
Only the bigwigs have it, basically. Snortburnell has it.
I don't have it yet. I'm considered small potatoes on YouTube. But the bigwigs have the ability that if you're watching an on-demand video and you like that video, you can contribute You know how people are doing super chats and super stickers on this stream? You could do what's called super thanks, which is basically exactly the same, but it's on the video itself. And supposedly, from what I'm to understand, a pop-up will appear like on the video, I guess, that says, hey, so-and-so contributed and said super thanks. And then if you check the comments of the video, you can leave a highlighted comment that sticks to the video, much like people are doing these messages on the stream chat.
Do you know what I really miss about YouTube? Annotations. Annotations were cool. Because with annotations, we got Control-Alt-Delete, the animated series. The annotated series. And they were just fucking hilarious. Man, I miss annotations. They were great. They were very useful. Yeah. I don't know what prompted that. I think it's just the stickers and the way you described it reminded me of annotations. So, yeah, I do kind of miss them.
It sticks to the video as a highlighted message to say, hey, I really like this video for so-and-so reason, blah, blah, blah. So that's another way that people can contribute, and that's a whole different way. That's a different audience. Think about it. Traditionally, if you're watching on demand on YouTube, the only thing you can do is watch and have ad revenue for me because of that, or you can maybe become a member of the channel. This is a whole new revenue source. I'm not saying it's going to be hugely...
He only cares about the money. He only cares about the money. And remember that he is talking about this as a way to prep you for the idea that he wants another day off. The man who sits on his ass for, like, what, 6 to 8 hours a day, playing games, and being given hundreds of dollars a day to play games, thinks that he needs another day off. But he's really excited about all these new ways of getting money YouTube are about to give him. Fucking hell. That ain't the most revealing thing ever. That's the only thing he cares about. How easy is it for me to make money? No, not even that. How easy is it for people to give me money?
Significant to start, but I'm just saying, I feel that that's going to be something new as well that will help the channel. But these are all things in the future that can help. Right now, I'm nowhere close to being the amount of money that I was making on Twitch. Just being honest, I've not caught up. When I left Twitch because they fucked me over and kicked me out of the partner program, I had a decline in my income, and I've never recovered. It's just kind of like skirting where I am, and I'm barely making ends meet every month. It sucks.
$200 super chat. I can't get over it. $200 super chat, and he was like, guys, tips are slow.
But that's just the reality of things. I hope things long term will get better. Okay? But anyway, long term, if I could have 2 days off a week, that would be stupendous. I would have so much more time to spend with my wife and my family and be able to do more stuff around here that I want to do behind the scenes. I would be more relaxed, definitely, less stressed. But I'm not there yet. So when you say, oh, do you have time for friends? Like, how many friends do you have? What the fuck are you talking about? I don't have time alone for my direct family here.
Oh God, like I've got a real pain here. He said, when you ask me about friends and having time for friends, what the fuck are you talking about? Sorry, it's really taking me by surprise. Just like how can you be like that? What is wrong with you? That is just, there's something so fundamentally wrong about that. Like as a human being, you shouldn't be thinking like that. Social bonds are important. Socializing is like an important part of being human. Where does this go wrong? Think, Steve, think. Where does this go wrong? Right? Because you're conditioned into socializing, so it must be somewhere along the way. It must be as those parts of form, as those things are developing. So because it's a social thing, so if it's a conditioning thing, it's a conditioned response. So if it's formed and it's like self-sustaining, if it's not gone extinct, then it's basically there. It's a behavioral loop, it's a response to a stimulus. So it either changes at a point. There's either something traumatic that changes it fundamentally, or it doesn't develop properly, so it's maladaptive throughout. And he was an only child. He didn't have a great time at school. Where does this come from? Because he's had friends. He's maintained friendship. No, he hasn't. When I say he hasn't maintained friendship, I don't mean that he stopped seeing Rambo and all that. That's not what I mean. I mean that he's had the friendships and he maintained them because they were profitable to him. He got something out of it. Every time he saw Rambo, he did co-op with Rambo, and those videos always did well because they had Rambo in it and people loved John Rambo. So he stopped with the relationship when that became too obvious for him, and it started being less profitable for him to see Rambo, and then he moved away. And the energy required in maintaining that friendship was too much for the few gains that he would. Ironically, now it would have been easier for him to see John Rambo because it's easier to keep in touch with people. Like, internet speeds are better. Online gaming is much more of a thing, and he does more of it. So, online multiplayer and all that. He could have easily kept in touch with John Rambo and had multiplayer sessions with him, but he didn't want to maintain that relationship, so he willingly chose to end it, chose to neglect it to the point where it stopped, because the energy and effort involved in doing so was, in maintaining it was too much, and he wasn't seeing enough appropriate returns. And so he's never really had friendship. He's maintained them as long as they've benefited him. And I feel like nothing traumatic in his life. I mean, the Wolverine story would not have, I know. But this is about socialization. We're considering something else here. We need something traumatic in a social interaction rather than, you didn't get me the Wolverine figure and I fucking told you to. We need like an incident of bullying or something like that. Something that's really stuck with him. He was all right in primary school and secondary school, but then one day he got bullied really hard and it changed how he interacted with people forever. But again, to have that sort of lasting impact where you're now at 40 going, nah, I don't need friends, I've got my wife and my cat. At that age, in around teenage years, the trauma, the level of trauma has to be serious to have repercussions this far down and to this extent where socializing is that maladaptive. This is hurting my head so much. My mind is racing and pulling at so many different theories, and I really feel like it's a childhood thing. I really feel like he's just not socialized enough throughout his childhood, and it has to be his parents. I wonder if his parents saw people. I wonder if they socialize? You know, how many friends did they have around their house? How often did DSP visit like his aunts and uncles and see his cousins? Because if all they've, you know, if all he's seen is his family, his mum and dad, and they've not had friends, and they've not gone out, and they've not had people around, and they've not socialised, and he's not seen them social. Because, like, I've seen friends of my parents throughout my life, you know. Friends of my parents are like friends of mine because I've known them that much, you know. My dad's friend is why I've got long hair. I saw my dad's mate when I was a kid, and he was a biker, like a proper biker with long hair. And I was like, holy shit, he looks cool, you know. And he's still my dad's friend, and my dad still sees him. And I still see him. And I've spoken to him recently, and I've just... So I feel like you his parents must not have seen that many friends for him to have grown into the idea that all you need is your wife and your family, you know, and your pet. Because it's not healthy. And I get, like, being busy with your job, but Phil, I also upload videos that are like 3 to 4 hours long. Fuck me, this one's going to be long. And I know that once you've filled in the boxes, uploaded your... Well, you don't upload a thumbnail, do you? Once you've done all that, which takes about 10 minutes most, there's a lot of waiting around to do fuck all else. At that point, I normally go and do other things. So there's periods where you could socialise. And then there's evenings. Why do you ever have your friends around in the evenings? Who amongst you has not had friends round for, like, you know, like pizza and video games, or gone to the cinema with your friends, or gone to the pub with your friends, or gone bowling with your friends, or gone to like a football match or a concert with your friend? Oh my god, just it's so wrong. It's just so wrong. This is why I wanted to do this bit, because it's just sort of like a perfect, like, encapsulation of everything that is, like, DSP's need to control the narrative. Because how do you convince yourself that you're alright with no friends? How delusional do you have to be to think all of my social needs are fulfilled by the wife who I do not talk to about her day at work? I do not care what TV shows she watches behind, you know, when I'm doing other stuff, not behind my back, but, you know, I do not care what my wife does. My wife plays games as well on the Nintendo Switch that I have for business-related reasons, and though she shouldn't really be playing it. My wife, I do not talk to my wife about her day at work. I don't care what she talks about at work. I don't care about what happens with her day. I don't care what shows she watches. But all my social needs are fulfilled by this person. And my cat. Not that, you know, there's anything wrong with having a cat, is there? Oh, she's asleep now, I'll leave her. Because I woke her up before by snapping my fingers, so I'll leave her. But yeah, I can't just imagine that. I can't imagine my entire, like, I can't imagine social bonds being fulfilled by the cat. You know, my cat, I love my cat, but I also need human friends. And that's why I have human friends. I can't. It's amazing to me, this. It's astonishing. It's alarming. It's just such a mindfuck. It's so mental. Let's finish. There's like 20 seconds left, maybe.
Why the fuck do you think I'm looking out there for friends outside? Like, what? I don't have time for that shit.
I don't have time for that shit. I don't have time for friends. What the fuck? Fucking hell. Oh, it's been too long and I'm hungry. I'll bet my microphone's good enough to pick up my stomach rumbling. Fucking hell. I mean, it's just... I need to get a giant red flag. I need like a red flag counter. Should have done it up here. Should have like a red flag counter. Because holy shit. This is up there with empathy. This is an empathy thing again. This is just such a core part of what it is to be human. We're defined by our social interactions with other people. They literally help define who we are as individuals. I don't have time for that shit. It's like how you develop as a person. That's how you grow. That's how you are as a person. That's fucking mental to me. Like, I'm staring in shock at him on my screen. I mean, if considering how I'm going to edit this, I should be like looking up there like that. Just the look on his face when he's like, I don't have time for friends. Why do you think I'd be looking for friends? I don't have time for that shit. The concept of friendship. That shit. Alright, I'll go get something to eat. And then I'm going to message Josh. It's been a while since I've spoken to Josh. Confess to him that I haven't played Guilty Gear. Look, he's here though. Look. He's here. On the little stack that I've got. But I just haven't played it yet. So, yeah, sorry, Josh. Holy fuck. Good. Yeah, if there's a lesson to take away from this one, it's, you know, maybe message of mate and say hi. Like, Kat, I'm sorry, I keep missing out on Jackbox. And, Nige, you know, we need a drink sometime. Josh, I've been playing MK11, sorry. I'll make it up to you. I'll have a few rounds of Battle for the Grid because Rita Repulsa's out, and then, you know, should be alright next time you're around. Yeah, go message your friends. Enjoy your social interactions. And please don't be upset if you're a friend of mine and I've not just addressed you. Fucking hell, this is just...
I really don't have time for that shit. I'm busy enough as it is, and I'm happy enough with my life. I don't need to search outside of what I have for additional relationships. I'm happy with my wife. I want to spend more time with her.
That's so incredibly unhealthy. I cannot even begin to describe how fundamentally wrong that is. I don't know what to say anymore. That's broken me. That's actually broken me. I feel like it's just such a huge red flag. And it's one that, like, didn't really pick up much sort of traction or you know, it got posted. This is a clip that I recorded from DDM, but I'm going to go and steal somebody else's version because, you know, they've probably got better layout, and also they'll have fixed the syncing issue because mine's currently sync. So yeah, it's got posted, but it didn't really sort of pick up much steam in the same way that, like, you know, the Metroid Dread. Sorry, Metroid Other M. The Metroid Dread stationary incident. So yeah, in amongst all that, I feel like this is like a really huge thing that, you know, it's a huge red flag. And I just it baffles me how you can reach that level at that point, that development, how like fundamentally flawed your development has been. Even psychopaths, you know, appreciate the value of a friendship. They may see it as exclusively what can you give me, but they're at least understanding that you need that connection. You need those people there, because no man is an island. Even psychopaths have healthier friendships than Phil. Fucking hell, yeah, let's end on that. I can't top that. Thanks for watching. It was a short clip. Fuck me, it was a short clip and I got nearly an hour out of it. In my defense, can you blame me? Because holy shit, that's just so bad. That's just so bad. Like, what do you say anymore? I'd literally packed everything away last night. I packed everything away and I went for a smoke. And it was the first thing I saw was a tweet about it. I was just like, oh fuck. This video's never going to end now. I'm going to have to like interrupt the editing of this video. Because, like, what do you say? Other than, like, I'm doing this because I just wanted to sort of, like, give the visual impression that it was the first thing I'd heard of, and I was just like, I was gonna sort of go, oh, you guys, whatever, what's going on? And then, you know, play the clip and be like, oh, fuck, what the fuck? And, you know, but I just... Because like, I've not been up that long. And I'm still sort of trying to process it. I knew about it last night, and then I was like, I've packed everything away and I can't be arsed, so I'm just going to deal with it tomorrow. And waking up and getting everything sorted and then, like, watching it again. And I've watched it several times now. Like, it's on my phone here. It's on my phone. Because I just can't stop watching it. It's like...
Derek says you miss your parents. It's been 2 years since you last visited them in Connecticut. I give them a call every weekend. So, quite frankly... No, I don't really miss them that much. I do miss... Right, right there. That is just... Oh, my God. A once-a-week call is not a substitute for the actual physical presence of somebody that you're seeing regularly, you know. Especially your parents. I can't believe... I just, like... In every context, friends, family, brothers and sisters, cousins, aunts and uncles, partners, intimate partners,
work friends that you get along quite well with, people you went to school with that you did all right with and weren't pricks to you, you know, and bullied you. Even like, just like casual acquaintances in every social context I can think of. Is it kicking off outside? Even when it's kicking off outside. Like, the thought of a telephone conversation being in any way, shape or form an appropriate substitute for that. And it, you know, in a way that all the social nourishment that you get from relationships being provided by a telephone call, it's mental to me, because it's just not. It's just not. It's like taking opiates as painkillers and then moving on to paracetamol. Or Tylenol for our American friends. You just wouldn't. It's shocking. He's so... And I'm going to use a word that he used, like, actually correctly. He's conditioned into this. He's conditioned into this sort of isolated, almost antisocial existence where none of these things matter to him because he can find substitutes elsewhere. And those substitutes are good in the short term because, you know, sometimes it's not easy to see your parents regularly. So you do have to, like, do the whole, yeah, I'm calling you just to see how you're doing and, you know, we're having a catch up and all that. But it's still, those are things that you do, A, more than once a week, and B, temporarily, until the next time you can see your parents, and then you start seeing them again. And the fucking pandemic, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. I flung my glasses onto my keyboard and I've turned on something called carrot browsing now. No, I don't want to turn that on. We've just gone through like a 2-year period where most of us weren't able to have like regular, our routine sort of interactions with our family. And that's been an amazing trauma that people have had to cope with because, you know, I've got friends whose parents have died alone in hospital and they've not been there, you know, they've not been able to be there. And at like the one point where you should be having like this just normal like relationship and interaction with your parents, you know. And he's like, no, I don't miss them. He's not going to mourn their passing, is it? He's not going to mourn their passing. He is going to be relieved that they're gone because it now means that he gets his inheritance. He is not going to miss the absence of them in his life. When both his parents are dead, he is not going to miss that call every Sunday, say, you know, that half-hour call every Sunday. He's not going to miss that. He's still going to miss this. He's going to miss this.
Spending the holidays with them, having a nice holiday meal, and I miss every once in a while going to dinner with them. Outside of that, I talk to them every week, so it's...
He's going to miss that. He's going to miss the meal. He's going to miss the food. And it's always food. Why is it always food? Fuck. I started recording with my door open, which means the sound isn't going to be great. And also that the neighbours might hear me shouting at Phil again. It's always food. Food is like the one thing that brings him anything close to joy, and he associates all memories around food. And if you asked him, like, you know, about his holiday with Liana in Seattle, he would tell you about the food. He wouldn't tell you about, yeah, it was great going away with my girlfriend and seeing all the sights and going out. He'd tell you about the food they ate. He'd tell you about, you know, it was great. I had a great time out there. We went to this restaurant where they served these amazing chicken wings. And, you know, it would be stuff like that. It wouldn't be the absence of the person. It would be the absence of the food. And so everything around his memories and how he feels and like all the positive associations that he has with things are food. It's all relating to food. Can you imagine getting... Sorry. Oh, great. Now I've closed it. You want to go out? Yeah. There you go. Can you imagine all the positive things that you get from your social relationships, all the emotional and, well, for want of a better word, spiritual, all the sort of the pure nourishment that you get from your friends and family. You know, and I'm assuming that, you know, your relationships with your parents and your brothers and sisters and all that is fine. Obviously, you can have arseholes in your family. You know, sometimes you need to prune the family tree. I get that. But all being well, and assuming like for the vast majority of people watching this, things are, you know, normal. And you don't want to kill your cat. Can you imagine getting all that from just food? Nowhere else. No other social sort of relationship that you would have gives you this. It's only food. Not even your parents give you this. It's just food. And watching it, I get it right.
Like, I basically talk to them now as much as I talked to them when I lived in Connecticut. The difference is not seeing them in person. That's about it.
Yeah, that's the point, Phil. That's the point. The difference is not seeing them in person. You're supposed to see them in person. You are supposed to feel the need to see these close social bonds in person. You're supposed to fulfill these relationships in person. You know, it's not a methadone patch. It's not like a Nicorette patch that you put on your arm when you're trying to stop smoking. It's your fucking parents, and you are supposed to want to see them. You know, my relationship with my parents hasn't always been great, but I still can't imagine not seeing them for that long. You know, like I've seen my mum recently. I've not seen my dad for a bit, but he lives further away, and it's so, you know, and I have trouble with mobility and getting out and about, so it's difficult to see him regularly. But I still see him. You know, I still see him every now and then. I do the thing where I talk to him on the phone. He calls me up. I think once he's recorded he's interrupted one of these recordings. But he and I still see each other, and we both know that those recordings are just like interim between the periods where we do see each other, because those are the bits where the relationship is sort of, you know, it exists. Those are the bits where the relationship is really sort of, you know, brought to the front and expressed. Those are the bits where our social bonds and obligations are at their strongest, because we're in the same physical space. Fucking hell. Have it again. All right.
Derek says you miss your parents. It's been 2 years since you last visited them in Connecticut. I give them a call every weekend. So quite frankly, no, I don't really miss them that much. I do miss spending the holidays with them.
I don't miss them that much. I miss spending the holidays with them. Now, why would you, if you thought the phone was an appropriate substitute for interaction face to face in like actual IRL, same physical space, same, you know, face to face interactions, if you thought the phone was enough, why would it specifically be the holidays that you missed? What is it about the holiday period that makes you miss being around your parents? It's because, yeah, I'm gonna get to it, don't worry. It's because, well, there's going to be a number of things in there, and they're probably all going to be a confluence. So it's going to be like to varying degrees all of these things, but like one may outweigh the other. So let's consider that society's telling you this is a period where it's supposed to be about the family. So even Phil, who lives an isolated experience, cannot escape the overwhelming marketing of the Christmas period. He is aware. I'll bet Kat watches some like schmaltzy Christmas movies and shit, you know. She'll at least watch. Everybody does. Everybody has a favourite Christmas film, you know. So everybody will have some sort of emotional resonance with the whole "this is a time to be around your loved ones" message. And so he can't escape that. So he's got to be feeling that pressure. He has to acknowledge it. He has to be aware that now this is the time when I'm supposed to be with my family. More than any other point in the year, this is the time where we set aside just like a day or two to be with the loved ones in our lives. So there's a social aspect to it. There's a social pressure to it. There's also, as he says, the food.
Having a nice holiday meal, and I miss every once in a while going to dinner with them.
There's food, and that's DSP in it. That's going to be a bigger influence on him than the social obligation, because he already has a preference for anything and everything to do with food and eating. And this is also the time when you make a big meal. Christmas dinner is a special dinner. It's not just any other dinner. It's a special one. And hours of prep goes into it. You know, everything has to be just right because it's special for the family. And you all gather around, and you all have, you know, you sit at the table and you have the special meat and all the veg and all the extras. You know, this is like probably the only time in the year you'll eat turkey, you know. So, or goose if you're a bit pretentious and bougie. So there's the food aspect as well. There's also presents. So, because this is the time of the year, other than your birthday, this is the time of the year when you get gifts. And other than other people's birthdays, this is the time of the year when you give presents. So there's people giving him things. And who doesn't like that? Especially not Phil. Phil fucking loves that. Phil fucking loves when people give him stuff. And his parents have probably been the wellspring of many cash present. You know, okay. Can't keep it open. Come on. I'm recording. See, even you probably missed, like, your fellow brother and sister kid. I know that you know... Doing that, sorry. I know that you sometimes whinge about, you know, not seeing the other cats that you were with when Laura had to move. Yeah. But you've got a family here. My niece especially fucking loves you. She's one of the few. Come on. So yeah, so there's giving gifts. There's the social obligation of this is time when you're supposed to be with your family. And there's the food. And I think that of the two, the food and the gifts are probably going to outweigh the social obligation more. But he's still going to feel that. It's just the other two are going to combine to be stronger in making him think, this is the period when I miss my parents, who would normally, you know, throughout most of my life, they have been the ones who have given me things during this period. You'll have had friends that have come around for birthdays during school, you know. And those friends will have stopped coming around more or less as soon as he stopped seeing them in school. But, you know, so his birthdays are probably not that huge for him. Having said that, I'm aware that he also basically tries to stretch it out into a week to get as much as possible from his fans. So, actually, yeah, I would bet he probably misses them around his birthdays as well. For the same reason. He's just going to miss them giving him things. He's just going to miss the, here you go, Phil. See you. Here you go, Phil. Here's presents. Here's money. Here's things for you. And once you're done with that, once you've accepted them, we'll go and eat. We've got stuff to eat. There's a lot of food here. And we've spent hours cooking it. So it's going to be great. Those are the two parts that he's going to miss the most. That's it. Those two things.
Outside of that, I talk to them every week. So it's like, I basically talk to them now as much as I talked to them when I lived in Connecticut, the difference.
Right. So it went back. So it's going back further as well. It's going back further. It's not just since you've moved out to Washington. It's since you moved out. It's since you were gone. Since you were gone. I'm out of my head. Please tip me. I need to stop doing that. It's going to get me copyright struck. So since he's moved out, his relationship with his parents suffered. Like the moment he was gone, it started to go down. What does that say? What does that say? What does that say about a relationship? What does that say about a person when their relationship with their parents does that? It says either you're a cock and your parents are at fault because they were cocks to you and thus they've raised a cock. Or you were a cock despite your parents' best efforts. And as much as your parents love you, you still decided, I'm fucking done with you the moment you were gone. Because, I mean, especially, right? And I know I said this in a previous video, that this is not like Italian families. And I know that we joke about Polish, but I have some Polish friends. And this is also not like Polish families, you know. European families, and it's, you know, regardless of how far east or west in Europe you are, European families are generally bigger than this. They generally have more people, and especially around the holiday times when the emphasis is on family, they tend to all come together. This Christmas, I'm going to have dinner with my aunt and my cousins, you know. So it just that you see your family like this, right? And it's seriously, the amount of times I've watched this and I've been trying to get some sort of order, and there's just so many things screaming at, like, mention this, it's probably this, it could be this. You can be born into the nicest family with the most loving parents, and they could try their best with you. But there's only so far you can sort of say it's the parents' fault for raising this child. There's only so much parental influence. There's only so far that carries you. Because at some point you stop being solely the, you know, responsibility of your parents, and you become an individual of your own. And from then on, you know, your actions and the consequences of them fall at your door. And so when you look at, like, Phil and how he is with his parents, it's difficult to say how much of that is their fault, and how, because, right, from what I can remember, and I remember looking at his family in his childhood when I did that video about him and addiction years ago, because I wanted to know what his childhood was like. And so I found the clip of him talking about his childhood, and I found a clip, not the clip. I found a clip. I meant the clip that I used. So I found that. And he talks about it. And the way he talks about it makes it sound like his dad was always working. So his dad's probably not there that much. And his mum seemed a little cold and distant. Not negligent or abusive, but the sort of parent who's like, telly on, you can watch TV for a bit while I do my shit. Not that there's anything bad with that necessarily. It's just when it's just that that's the issue, you know. Because my parents sometimes did that as well, because sometimes they were busy with other shit, and, you know, they just need me and my brother to not be a pain in the ass for a bit. So here, telly on, or here's the Mega Drive, go play for a bit. It's when it's just that it's an issue. And it's when it's just that it leads to stuff like Phil being okay with this. Because, like I said, I've not seen my dad for a while, and I miss my dad. You know, I don't have the best relationship with him, but I've got an alright one with him. He's fine, and, you know, I miss seeing him. And I can't imagine, like, my relationship with my mum's much better, and I see her a lot more, and everything's great there. So, you know, yeah. But I can't imagine with either of them thinking, I've not seen you all year, but I've called you once a week, and that's fine, you know. I just, again, right, I'm trying in my head to work out whether this is a product of nature or nurture. I'm wondering how much of this is because of the parental style that his parents had when they were raising him, and how much of this is because it's just him. How much of it is the responsibility of his parents, and how much of it is his responsibility for being ultimately like this. You know, it's...
The difference is not seeing them in person. That's about it. Madara is God. Yeah, we heard about that Dr. Disrespect stuff like last year, right? Derek says, you miss your parents. Been 2 years since you last visited them in Connecticut. I give them a call every weekend. So quite frankly, no, I don't really miss them that much. I do miss spending the holidays with them, having a nice holiday meal, and I miss every once in a while going to dinner with them. Outside of that, I talk to them every week, so it's like I basically talk to them now as much as I talked to them when I lived in Connecticut. The difference is not seeing them in person. That's about it.
That's about it. That's the crux of the issue, though. The point is that you should be. Oh, fucking hell. You should be missing your parents. You should. If you hadn't seen them all year, and you thought, like... And even that, it went back to once a week, right? And the issue is only seeing them once a week. Does he think that if he didn't call his parents for, like, say, a month, and then he did call them, he would have loads to talk about? Or if he called them twice a week, that... the second time he called them, he wouldn't have anything to talk about because he'd already talked about everything he wanted to talk about the first time he called them. So if he called them on a Wednesday and blah, 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 yeah, see you later, bye. And then on the Sunday when he gives them a ring again, how are you doing? Yeah, okay, yeah, everything's... Yeah, I told you everything that I had last time. And it's just going to be awkward silence. Because I feel like that's the level of energy he's willing to put in. Is that. I'll tell you everything once. Was that you? How do you sleep through this? I feel like if that's the amount of energy that he's willing to put in, then it's on him. But is that because that's just him and his sort of conditioned laziness, his chronic apathy towards everything that doesn't immediately benefit him? Or is that because that's how his parents raised him? And is that because, you know, did his parents raise him like that by accident? Did they fuck up somewhere? Did they have the best of intentions when Phil was a baby and he was just born, and by the time Phil's 18 and he's moved out, they were like, where did we go wrong? Or were they like actually arseholes throughout it who just were like, yeah, fuck it, go in front of the telly, I don't care, I'm too busy, doing me other shit, so just whatever, Phil, well done, you beat your little Street Fighter game, well done, go and play with, the kids outside. I don't want to go outside, Mum. They cheat at the arcade, they use arcade only lag pattern bullshit. See, I feel like it's him. I feel like it's a nature over nurture. I feel like he's just born that way. He's just always been that. And I feel like I want to give his parents a little benefit of doubt and say that they probably tried, they probably tried to raise him, but he's just that obstinate. And early on he learned that he could get by skating on the bare minimum. And so he did. And for as hard as they tried. Because if you didn't care, if you were the sort of parent who's okay with this, with hearing from them once a week and never seeing them, and he never flies out for your birthday, and he never flies out for like Thanksgiving or Christmas or anything like that. He never offers to fly you over. In fact, the only time he's ever had you over was so that you could paint and do repairs to his place. Would you still give him money when he came to you and said, I'm struggling so much with this money that I'm looking at declaring bankruptcy? Or would you be like, it's your problem, mate? You've left the house. You've left the home. You've moved out. You're a big person. You're a big boy now. Time to be an adult. So I feel like they still care on some level, but he doesn't, and he takes advantage of that to get money from them. He sees them in that. That's the thing. That was the big thing. That was the big thing that kept knocking me aside. Because to see relationships in a transactional way as DSP does is one thing when it's, you know, a streamer and his audience, or a person and his friends. Like, to see Rambo as like, oh great, we're going to get some co-op, so I'm going to do a bit better, you know. I'm going to get a bit more money from YouTube because I've got co-op videos with Rambo coming up. Or to see your partner as, it sucks now that she's gone because I have to do everything myself. It sucks that my partner has left because now I have to make my own food and do my own washing up. To see relationships like that transactionally is a big warning flag. It's a major warning flag. But to see your parents like that is a fucking runway of red flags guiding in a plane. That's more red flags than at Nuremberg. More red flags than in Triumph of the Will. Enough with the Nazi allusions. It's bad enough when he starts raising his arm, isn't it? Because your parents are your core. Your parents are the things that bring you into the world and accustom you to it. Your parents are the most important cocoon during your developmental years. They are the influence on you. They are the things that regulate, not only by their own actions, but by how they regulate how you interact with the world. Like, they'll only take you to some places, or they'll only take you to meet certain people, or you'll only be allowed to play with certain other kids, you know, or you won't be allowed to watch certain shows or play certain games. They will regulate how much the world influences you, in as much as how much they influence you. Through that regulation, they're influencing you as well. They're also accustoming you to their norms and values. Because if they don't like The Simpsons or South Park, you're not watching The Simpsons or South Park unless you can nip round to a mate. So, you know, that's their values, not yours. So they're influencing you that way as well, when they regulate how you interact with the world and what parts of the world you're allowed to interact with. In as much as them telling you this behaviour is naughty, and, you know, you'll be told off if you do, and if you do it again, you go into the naughty step, or you bed with no supper, or whatever. So, but again, he's nearly 40, so I can't just say this is because of how his parents raised him. A chunk of this is him. A chunk of this is on him. And I feel like it's the bigger chunk, because if it started the moment he left home, and it was like, yeah, I'm fine with only seeing you once a week. And I'm assuming no phone call in between. Because if he's like, oh yeah, I only saw them once a week. But that, you know, in that week, you wouldn't have, say, if you saw them on Saturday. Did you not like call them on Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday? You know. So I'm assuming the moment he leaves, the main, you know, then it's a responsibility on him, because then he has to make the choice of whether to maintain that relationship or to increase it or decrease it. So when he's at home, you know, he's with his parents. You don't really have a say of, you know, I don't want to see you today. I'd rather be on my own all day. I mean, that's difficult, you know. He could easily, fuck you guys, I'm going out, and, you know. But even then, he's seen them during that period of the morning where he's gone down to get something to eat, told them to fuck off, and that he's going out to the arcade again. And can they give him, you know, $50? So during when he's at home, it's harder to neglect the relationship. But when he moves out, it's then a choice that he can make. Because once he's living on his own, he can choose whether to call his parents or whether to nip round to see them after work, or, you know, just sort of like send them a letter or whatever. You know, any sort of form of communication. Back then, probably not instant messenger, you know, but nowadays, yeah, you could. But back in the early 2000s, parents probably weren't online. Even if you were, your parents probably weren't. So, you know, you couldn't like FaceTime them or instant message them. So when he moves out, it becomes more of an issue to do with him. I feel like part of it is probably how his parents tried to raise him. But I think a bigger percentage is now on him. And especially because he's neglected other relationships in a similar way. He's neglected John Rambo. He neglected Liana. He's this way with his fans. I feel like, you know, he wants to keep them at arm's length, and he only sees them in terms of the support that you give me. So this is just him. His parents might have been responsible to a point, but this is all him. And it's a major warning flag, Phil. If there's one message yous all take away from this video, this fucking looking like 4 hours now, it's that Phil needs therapy. He needs actual help. He can't see that himself. He won't ever see that. He won't ever think anything's wrong with him. He thinks this is fine. That's how unwilling or incapable he is of seeing that there's anything wrong. He thinks this is fine. And it's fucking not. And he needs help. How long until we can ask for a welfare check? How long until we can, like, section him against his will? How long until we can section 28 him? You know? This is just fucking hell. It's not quite 4 hours forbidden math. but it's close. I'm trying my best. I think over half an hour for just like... How long is it? It's like 10 seconds, 20 seconds for each. 29 seconds, and part of it is just like the next question. Let's one more.
Derek says you miss your parents. It's been 2 years since you last visited them in Connecticut. You I give them a call every weekend. So quite frankly, no, I don't really miss them that much.
Fuck. The response, the way he responded to the question. No, I don't miss them that much. Like, it's an immediately obvious thing that we should all be feeling. We should all know that you shouldn't miss your parents that much if you call them once a week and never see them. He acts like it's so obvious, because it is to him. It's his perspective, and he's never considered anybody else's. So he might never consider why a person might miss their parents if they'd flown out to the other side of the country and didn't see them, ever, and only called them once a week. To him, what matters is that he doesn't eat with them as much. I do miss going out for food. I do miss eating with my parents. But I call them, so I don't miss them that much. It's the food that he misses. It's the having your parents prepare a meal for you that he misses. It's the having your parents take you out and pay for a meal that he misses. And he thinks that's normal. Because he's like, no, to the insane, like, hypothetical that you might miss your parents after moving to the other side of the country and never seeing them. Oh my god, like, it's layered. There's layers. There's no wonder I get so much material out of so little source. How did that not even sort of like sink in? That's normally like the first thing you pick up, I feel, is a tone. Because it's normally so like outright hostile and aggressive. Holy fuck, like the idea that, you know, someone would be like, dude, it's been a while since you've seen your parents, isn't it? Do you miss them? Because, you know, you've moved away and the last time you saw them was when you got married. So, you know, you must be missing them, right? No, I speak to them once a week. Why would I miss them? That's not normal. he doesn't consider that that's not normal. Because to him, that suits him perfectly. Because he doesn't want to deal with his parents. He just wants them over there, gone, dead. Either giving him money or gone, so that he can have all their money at once. Because that's the transactional nature of his relationships. Holy shit, that is bad. That is just bad. Fuck me. You just keep coming back to different things. There's so many layers on this.
I do miss spending the holidays with them, having a nice holiday meal, and I miss every once in a while going to dinner with them. Outside of that, I talk to them every week, so it's like I basically talk to them now as much as I talked to them when I lived in Connecticut. The difference is not seeing them in person. That's about it.
See, that's just so bad. That's just so bad. At least when he was in Connecticut and he saw them once a week, at least there's the room for, well, I can choose to see you more often. You know, you're not that far away. I can choose to contact you more often. I could say, you know, instead of going round to yours for the day and then, you know, we have dinner or whatever and then I go home in the evening, I could go meet you for a coffee in town. Or, you know, I could just drop by to say hi for a few hours after work. So there's room, there's options, there's ways of, you know, either keeping that relationship as is or sort of like building on it so that it improves. But he actively chose not to. And again, yeah, from your parents' side as well. It's on as your parents, to a degree, to interact with you more, to call you more, or to stop round more. But, you know, he's left home. So he's an adult at this point. I know he's like man-child, and we would argue about that. But ostensibly speaking, he's an adult. It's on him at that point, because he's capable of making the decision. So it's completely his option to assess the relationship he has with his parents and decide whether it's appropriate or whether he's happy with it sort of like, you know, decaying and getting a bit worse and a bit more distant, or whether he wants to build on it and you know, become closer to his parents and maybe see them more often, or maybe try to see them in ways that aren't, you know, coming down in the morning, breakfast, you know, they fuck off to work, you fuck off to school or your job at the helicopter factory or whatever, and then, you know, coming back, meal, dinner or tea or whatever, and then you go do your thing and they do their thing for a bit. He's got the room to make decisions and decide to see his parents in context in ways that aren't necessarily what it was like when he was at home. So that he's actively not. It just tells me the problem is more him. I feel like his parents probably did try. They probably tried a bit. Maybe at one point his dad gave up. Maybe his dad could see the writing on the wall, but his mother still tried. Because he speaks about his mum a bit better than he speaks about his dad. He always writes off his dad as, you know, dad wasn't there, dad was working, dad was busy, it was mum who took care of me when I got home, it was mum who prepared food. You know, the sort of classic nuclear family sort of setup. So I feel like his mum at least tried a bit. But his dad was probably like, either couldn't form a relationship with his son, or he had one and he saw it decaying and he saw how things were going to go. And he saw that his son was displaying behaviours that were a bit questionable, a bit worrying, a bit indicative of future narcissistic personality disorder tendencies. BPS, ethical disclaimer, not a diagnosis. So I feel like his dad saw that and was like, fuck. And so started to distance himself a bit. And probably had the cover of work as well. Dad was probably working his ass off. If he came home like much later than DSP's mum and DSP from school, then his dad was probably working a fair bit. And I think his dad's still working, because I think his dad is still, I'm sure he's mentioned that his dad's still in a job, even though his back's fucked, allegedly. Because again, we're only going off DSP now, so now everything about DSP and what he says is questionable. Because I mean, he's played on his parents' emotion. He's used his parents to that degree. I can't imagine sitting down to record one of these videos and going, guys, my dad is really ill and I'm going to need your help to, you know, pay for my train ticket up to see him because, he might not make it. You know, he could go at any minute now. You know, like, I can't imagine doing that. I can't imagine using parent in that way. So I feel like it's on him. I feel like this is all on him. I feel like it's a real red flag that requires serious intervention. And he's never going to get it. So, buckle in everyone, because it's only going to get worse. Hey everybody, I just wanted to say thank you all for watching this. It's ended up a lot longer than I was expecting. I thought it would just be the stationary word run, and then he said the friends thing, and then after that he said the thing about his parents, so it just, you know, it just kept getting longer and longer. But hopefully now that it's done, he won't say anything else stupid, and I can get on with the 1000 subscribers special edition celebratory extravaganza, which will also feature some guest appearances. But, you know, just happy that we can get back to work, aren't we? Because now we're done, and he's, you know, if he does anything else stupid, we're just gonna have to... Oh wait, what's that? Can you hear it?
And Cracker Jacks did a super chat during this race so far and says, "Happy holidays. Have you thought of doing a charity Christmas stream and donating proceeds to local food bank or homeless shelter?" Cracker Jacks, I don't know.
No.
How long
No.
or how...
No. I'm going to edit out this period of nothingness, but I just wanted to show you all, because a while ago it was summer and she was like completely splat across my desk, and I felt really bad for her because it was boiling. And so I got one of those goo pots and I filled it with water and I put it on my desk, and she didn't have it on my desk now because she knocked it off one night. It's like, oh shit, that's probably not a good idea to leave it up there. But yeah, I have a little goo pot full of water, and she is complaining that it's not fresh. So I'm actually going to refill this bowl for her. You are fucking lucky. Do you know what they say about Jasper? Don't act up. Ow! Ow! Just banged my foot on the door.